Oh, hey, Baldy, how's it going? Oh, um, the game's kind of on hold for like a week or two. I got to get the Skyrim music video across the finish line, and then I got to work on the Star Wars project, and then uh, when I get done with that, we'll kind of go back over to the game development. So I'm just I'm focusing on finding getting my resume out there and applying for jobs because I got to get that ball rolling. And when we're done with that, I'm gonna finish writing the script for my Skyrim video because I'm gonna release the Skyrim music video and like a video to go along with it, like a video essay. Something in some sort of project or program management. Um, I'm a really good project manager, and I'm technical too. So like I like working with I can communicate with various different departments in their own language. So I can talk HR to HR, and I can talk engineering to engineering, but I can also translate engineering into customer support speak, and vice versa. It's like, because the customer support people talk one way, and they have their own set of vocabulary and all that stuff. So I'm just really good at bridging the gap between all those different departments, especially when there's a common goal to be reached, which is the completion of a project. So I'm looking to get some sort of project management, program management, and I'm gonna message my buddy. Hey, which website is he told me to check out the staffing agency, and I've been searching for it, but I can't find it. There are a lot companies and websites that seem to start with AIM. Okay. All right. Well, I can't find the website to the staffing agency a friend of mine recommended. I think I mean, if you're doing it for here, let me link you this. Here, let's do this.
The game genres which give indie developers the best chance of success on Steam are open world survival games, building, simulation, management, and horror titles. So if you just wanted to know the answer to the question in the title, there you go. But if you want to understand the data and market research behind that conclusion, what specific genres you should actually avoid making if you want to turn a profit, and what the reasons behind these market trends are.
Like you asked me, like, you're gonna do a platform, and like I just watched this video yesterday, so let's check it out.
Then that's what's going to be in the rest of the video. To try and figure out what the most popular games on Steam are, I downloaded a dataset that I found online that was created by scraping various data sources together from Steam's API as well as Steam Spy and Metacritic to build a database of over 90,000 Steam games. The copy of the data I found is a few months old, meaning it doesn't tell the full story of last year, but it's still fairly recent. The first thing I wanted to do is find out what genres are the most popular, and I used Steam tags to do this. I removed all the tags that were things like single player, multiplayer, and has Steam achievements from the dataset, and focused only on the ones that were actual gameplay genres like FPS, platformers, simulation, and so on. Before I go any further, I should point out that the games on Steam have multiple tags, and as such, games will appear in the following charts more than once due to being tagged with multiple genres. The first chart shows the total number of games released with each genre tag. So as you can see, the genres with the most entries are strategy, simulation, RPG, platformer and puzzle. But this shows the games that Steam developers are releasing, not necessarily the games that people are buying, and that's what we really want to know. The dataset doesn't have sales figures of these games. Companies tend not to release exact sales numbers, but we can make a guess at popularity using the total number of ratings, both positive and negative, a game received, because this is public information and reviewers will obviously be a proportion of the overall user base. This graph shows those same genre tags, this time sorted by what percentage of games with that tag got more than 500 ratings. The green bars represent the number of games released as before, while the blue line represents the percentage of games that got over 500 reviews. Why 500? Ultimately it's an arbitrary number, but I think it's fair to say a game with 500 reviews got at least some traction, and you've got to draw the line somewhere. MMOs ranked highest, which makes sense seeing as there aren't very many of them and they are mostly the domain of large companies with big marketing budgets anyway. What's more interesting are the genres after that include building, dating sim, real-time strategy, FPS and management. You want to be making a game in a genre that's on the left side of the chart where a higher proportion of games are successful, and ideally in a genre with lower total releases or lower competition. So farming simulators look like a decent choice. A fairly high proportion of games get more than 500 ratings, and there isn't much supply compared to something like FPS games, which is a popular genre filled with stiff competition. VR is arguably the poorest genre to choose. It's one with a fairly large number of releases, low success rates, and it's very technically complex to boot. 3D platformers, puzzle platformers, top-down shooters and arena shooters also seem to have low success rates. What this graph ultimately tells us is that there's a disconnect between the types of games Steam developers are making and the types of games that actually sell well. Platformers and puzzle games are oversaturated according to this chart. Developers like making them, but this data suggests that there isn't as much demand as there is supply. You could say the same thing about strategy and simulation, but this is one instance where it's important to remember that games on here have more than one Steam tag. Specific types of strategy or simulation, like management or building, usually appear at the higher end of the discoverability scale. RPGs, FPS games, and horror games are also reasonably popular, and this data suggests that making a Metroidvania-style platformer is a much better idea than a traditional one. There's less supply and seemingly higher demand for games with that tag, which should make it easier for developers to stand out. In their 2024 report, VG Insights reported that indie games were continuing to see growth despite the slowdown of the overall market, but that a lot of this growth was driven by Palworld and Black Myth Wukong, which, if you ask me, is only indie on a technicality to begin with. Palworld specifically is a classic example of an open-world survival crafting style of game that has been very popular on Steam recently and shows no signs of going away anytime soon. Chris Sokovsky of HowToMarketAGame.com published an article at the end of last year called "What Are Crafty Buildy Simulation Strategy Games?" that, in my opinion, sheds a lot of light on the reasons behind this data. In this article, Sokovsky mentions three broad categories, which he calls meta-genres, of successful game. The first is live service multiplayer games, like Counter-Strike, Dota, MMOs. These games pose challenges for indies for obvious reasons. This is a market space dominated by a very small number of absolute titans, and a multiplayer game will be dead on arrival without other players, which is a huge problem. The second category is going around games, where the player goes around between pieces of high quality authored content. This includes typical single player action games and RPGs. These pose problems for indies due to scope. They simply don't have the budget to create 40 hours of high quality handcrafted content, which is what customers will expect, like AAA studios do. And finally, crafty buildy simulation strategy games, things like city builders, survival games, roguelites, and farming simulators all fit into this category. This style of game has also been described as infinite unique situation generators by Jason Rohrer, and it works because it allows indies to use procedural generation algorithms, deep gameplay systems, and addictive progression loops to create a large amount of content whilst keeping project scope realistic. Common examples of crafty builder games include Stardew Valley, Subnautica, and Manor Lords. The article lists way more, but I'm not going to go into them all in the interest of time. A link is in the description below if you want to check it out. To investigate this further, I collected a list using Steam charts of the top 100 games on Steam today, which by the time this video comes out is a few days ago, filtered out which games were not indie games, and then added a single genre to each one. Admittedly, this logic relies on my own personal biases and a lot of quick googling, so it's probably not perfect. Of the top 100 games on Steam, I found 26 of them to be indie titles, and of those 26, 8 were open world survival craft games like Terraria or Valheim, 2 simulation strategy games, 2 deck builders, 2 were Satisfactory and Factorio that I just grouped together as builder games, 1 farming simulator, which unsurprisingly is Stardew Valley, and 1 roguelite, making a total of 16 of the 26 indie games in the top 100 right now crafty buildy or unique situation generator games. Of those that weren't, 3 are idle games including Banana, 1 was a truck simulator, and 1 was Crab Game, which I guess...
That's great, Candace. I like to think that it does. It was I just got done trimming it. Actually, it was like all the way down to here. I was starting to look like Gandalf, but I had to clean it up and look so I can look a little bit more professional while I'm job hunting.
I guess has popularity due to being inspired by a popular TV series. What's also notable about this is what isn't there.
There's another viewer on the simulcast that was asking about what type of genre they should build for a video game, and we're checking out this video because it talks about what genre of indie game is the most successful if you measure success by copies sold, right? If you just want to make a game because you consider it art or you have a passion for it and stuff, then it's different.
There are no indie.
But if you're intentionally making a game to be a product that's going to sell, you want to pay attention to this video.
Racing games, pixel platformers, or VR games on this list, which isn't to say that those can't be successful or have decent-sized player bases outside of the top 100, just that they are less likely to attract a larger audience.
It takes a lot of work, Candace.
Step back and look at the big picture, not just strictly indie games. What we seem to see is a demand for games that have large amounts of repeatable content, deep and engaging gameplay systems that often produce unique situations, and perhaps most importantly, a focus on long-term progression systems. Subnautica has you building bases and gradually progressing through its tech tree. Counter-Strike has both custom weapon skins to unlock and competitive ranks to progress through, not to mention the long-term progression of your own skill in and of itself. And when it comes to RPGs, a very popular genre on Steam, character progression is arguably the main focus of the entire game. As much as I personally am not a huge fan of the modern trend to bolt progression systems onto action games that don't really need them, the market trends are clear. The data shows that players really like things with meaningful long-term progression attached to them. This also goes some way to explaining the popularity of idle games, which are often nothing but long-term progression systems. So what about the outliers, pixel platformers like Celeste that did really well? The short answer to this is that games like that are very rare, and when they do come, they're often created by experienced, committed developers who are very technically competent. I guess what I'm trying to say is that if you make a fairly standard pixel platformer that's just decent, chances are it's not going to sell well because it's competing for a more limited player base in a more saturated market. So, in summary, the top genres for indie games are open world survival and crafting, building and simulation games, and horror games. FPS and RPGs are also popular on Steam, but these likely require more content to succeed, making them a challenge for small indie teams. The main genres to avoid are platformers in general, but especially puzzle platformers, VR, shoot-em-ups and arena shooters. When deciding what type of game you should make, the best place to look is where your team's skill set overlaps with the market's demands to give yourselves the best competitive advantage. For example, if you're a solo developer who's skilled at programming, making a roguelite that uses procedurally generated levels might be a good fit because this is a genre that has market demand and is something you could make that utilises your programming skill. On the other hand, if you have an exceptional writer on the team, creating a horror title with an engrossing story could be your niche. Horror games sell and players don't expect them to be as long as something like an RPG. Also, it goes without saying that this video is based on the commercial viability of different types of game. So if you don't care about trying to make money off your game, by all means just make whatever type of game you want to make. So I hope you found this to be useful if you're an aspiring indie developer or just interested in the trends of different games on Steam. Subscribe if you enjoyed this video because it helps the channel out, and have a nice day.
So there you go. If you just want to make a platformer because that's what you want to do, you go right ahead. But if you're looking to make something and you want a high chance of success, where success is measured by copies sold, I think the platformer is like the most saturated one. So if you made another indie platformer, there'd be so much competition. But maybe your idea of a horror platformer, a spoopy platformer, that might be the go-to. You have a little genre blending there. Oh, in fact, here, let me show you this. Let's see. Yeah. There's this game that came out a long time ago. And you were a ghost, and you'd like interact with objects to scare the bejesus out of people and get their fear meter up, and then you'd scare them and then they'd run out of the room. And the whole goal is to haunt the house, so all of the folks get scared and run out, and then you go haunt them in the next house. You're like terrorizing a family because the bigwig that owns the house was dumping toxic waste, and you fell in the toxic waste, and that's how you died. So this is maybe like a reverse horror platform. Well, it's not even a platformer. It's like isometric. But this was always an interesting game. This is probably one of the most interesting games I've ever played. And then there were these little special levels. It's like underground, where you go. You got to get all that ectoplasma. The more ectoplasma you pick up, the longer you can stay in the real world. And then after you scare one of them out of a room, you get more ectoplasma. Your ectoplasma is like your timer. Okay. Oh, that's good, Bolly. I'm just filling out a bunch of applications. Trying to relax to the Skyrim music. Hey, bud. That's good, man. I'm just I can't begin to tell you how frustrated I am that I'm not employed right now. Like, I just need to start making money. That's all. But yeah, I just got done looking at unemployment stuff. It looks like, let me go back to my home page here. I guess I let this thing lapse, unfortunately, and it said you may log back in on 5/15/25 to request benefit payment for your next available weeks. Your deadline to request those weeks is 5/22. Okay. Okay, well, yeah, just figuring out the unemployment stuff. So that's all I got right now. Hey Swanti, welcome back to the stream, and I appreciate what you're saying there, Deathforge. I think it's just a matter of time. I mean, I think I probably, I think I could have managed my time a little bit better and maybe got this started sooner, but I shouldn't beat myself up about that. So I just got done applying to like 6 different jobs. I checked out my unemployment claim stuff, and I can file for like the next 2 weeks on the 15th. Yeah. So that means that, okay. So I just need to make sure I'm applying every single week. And I can't let that go. You must apply to 5 jobs to file claims. So let's do that on a Sunday. So I'm just updating my calendar to remind me to do all this stuff. And I got to keep track of the places that I apply to for the unemployment benefits, because you got to apply to at least 5 places to file the unemployment benefit. Yeah, what I'm going to try and do is I'll work on it a little bit later, but I think one of the things that, because people have asked me about like project management, organization stuff. So the tact that I'm going to take for the Skyrim music video, the video that goes along with the Skyrim music video, because like everybody's going to watch it, they'll be like, awesome, who is this guy? And then they're going to see a couple of my videos, and I need something to be there that's going to like hook them in, you know, that this is the direction the content's going and stuff like that. Because I honestly don't have a lot to show for it right now. I got a little bit, but you know, things need to get a lot further along before the general population starts getting excited about it. But the and the other thing that I don't want to do is just make like rage bait, or there's a lot of like just negative content out there without it's like outrage content. Look at how bad these game companies are doing. Oh, they screwed this up, that and the other. Or all these movies are bad. And it's like, instead of doing that, instead of just like, you don't get me wrong, I like their content, but it's like, if we spent the same amount of time making our own stuff that we love, if we spent the same amount of time complaining about it, we will have already made a bunch of really cool stuff. So I'm trying, it's like a call to action. And I think if I do the video the right way, from a project management perspective, I think it'll be something like I could probably post that video on LinkedIn, actually. A project manager's take on the games industry, and I'm going to talk about that because like there's still places that are doing something called waterfall development, and it doesn't work. Waterfall development never works because you're going, okay, we're going to build this big, huge thing. Let me give you an example. The insurance, the Obamacare insurance website did waterfall development. Remember when it launched, it didn't work? So the problem is that you're trying to build this brand new, huge, interconnected thing like government subsidized health insurance or whatever, and you got to tie it into all these systems and the insurance companies, and each insurance company's got its own way of doing things, and then you need to have like a central place that correlates all the data and the servers, and it has to be secure because you don't want people getting hacked, right? All that kind of stuff. lost my train of thought. Where was I? People getting hacked. Project management. That's right. So the thing is, for waterfall development, you're basically like saying how long something's going to take, and say, oh, we're going to build this thing to connect to this insurance company, and it's only going to take us 2 weeks. I mean, you've never done that before. You know, your 2 weeks is just an estimate, right? Now and then once you're connected to that, to the insurance company, then you can start building more things, and different teams will build more things, right? But the person who, like, instead of it taking 2 weeks, it takes 4. And now all the other steps that were dependent on that one thing getting done, they get pushed down, right? Because and that's going to delay the rest of the project. So, and then you basically spend, the software helps with this now, but you can just spend a significant amount of time updating a Gantt chart. Let me pull it up. Here, this one looks pretty simple. Okay, well, that website's fucking worthless. Let me check my notes. Here. And let me explaining this to you is helping me get my thoughts together too. So let me, there we go. So this is a Gantt chart, right? So, you know, you can probably get the infrastructure assessment done on time. Same thing with like interviewing the stakeholders. This is all stuff like within your control. Cost benefit analysis, you know, the general office work kind of stuff. You can pretty much predict how long it's going to take, especially if you're very familiar with you know, you understand what the scope of the project is and stuff. But the problem is, let's say you know, purchasing hardware purchases. You purchase the hardware here, and then you got to install the hardware. Well, what happens if like the hardware is delayed, right? What happens if there's any problems over here? All of these things get pushed out, right? And then the project isn't completed. So the solution, they're you know, people have a lot smarter than I am have noticed this problem, and they have developed other methodologies for development, especially software development. This style of project management. This is from the 70s. Okay, this is before the internet was a thing, right? I mean, it existed, but it wasn't available to the general public. Yeah, and there's just a bunch of problems that come with the way this is formatted. So there's a different way of doing things, and that's what I'm going to put together in my video essay. It's like, you know, because every time I hear a video game company say that they're delayed, that tells me they're using waterfall development. Because if you were using the other project, the newer versions, the more updated processes for a modern world, then you wouldn't have the crunch time problem, right? And then the crunch time problem is also just the shareholders and the investors just saying, we want money now, go ahead and release the incomplete product. That's why there's a bunch of disastrous early releases, right? Because the people that invested money are like, we're going to get our return on this date. And the only way they're going to get their return is if the software is released so people can purchase it, right? Yeah, and I'll also talk about like my project management stuff and how I'm applying it to my projects. So I think it's going to be a really good essay, video essay. Okay, let me there we go. It's real nice talking to you, Deathforge. I'm really glad that you're hanging out, just like Swanty. Just watching the work get done. I'll feel a lot better. Once I can get my unemployment stuff filed and just know that my money's not running out. I think that's just what's causing me a bunch of stress. All right, let me take a bio break real quick. Give me like 5 minutes, and then enjoy it. Be productive. That's what we're all doing here together. Working hard, trying to make ends meet, and relax into some wonderful Skyrim scenery and music. I'll be back in 5. Okay. Oh, I'm back. That took a I had to fill out a lot of paperwork. If you follow me. All right. Let's get rid of the bio right there. And then I see your comments in there. Swansea. Swansea says this stream gets me a bit inspired, both for my professional work and small things here at home. It is also a counterweight to my job stressful pressure because this stream is chill and calm. If I want violence, speed, momentum, I go to Dr. Disrespect. It's also fun to see the progress moving forward. Thank you, Swansea. Thank you very much. I'm thinking about what I want to say. I guess I'm happy to hear that it inspires you. I'm pretty stressed out too. Like I'd really like to get employment again, and so I can have some money rolling in, because it's really eating me up that I don't have any income right now. But I got to like push through that too. So that's one of the things that this stream helps me do, is like I'll go like here. Let's show. There we go. So I'm just into live streaming every day now, and I'm trying to hold myself accountable by keeping my calendar up to date and everything. I'll go ahead and get rid of this one, and we'll move this all the way down there. Okay, so right, yeah, and it's also an artistic outlet for me. I've got to have an artistic outlet to be creative and do stuff. Otherwise, I'm just not happy. I get the most enjoyment out of doing the video production stuff and building it all together. And then you put all this work into it, and then you see everybody's reaction to it. It's just a lot of fun for me. And I want to do a lot more of it, and I'd like to be able to do it for a living, but I'm being realistic. I still got to get back in touch with Swifty. We'll probably let more people know that I'm back and being productive again. But I want to get the Skyrim music video done first. So, again, this live stream kind of helps me focus, to be honest with you. Applying to jobs on ZipRecruiter. All right, let's do this next week, because I just applied to the 5 jobs. 5, save. Okay, you must apply to 5 jobs. Okay, what I'm going to do is I already picked out a bunch of stuff on ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter 2. Okay, close that. Benefits Operation Manager. So I'm kind of lining stuff up for next week. So I have to stay organized. Like, I have to do this stuff. If I don't, I've got a really, really, really bad case of ADHD. I just got diagnosed with it like 2 years ago. And let me tell you what happened. So, I had gotten over the sleep disorder, and we got the hormone therapy dialed in and all this stuff, and I'm feeling pretty healthy about myself. I'm feeling good. But I'm trying to do like weightlifting, and I notice I just do some weird things. And let me give you an example. So I'm really hungry, right? It's time to eat. I'm trying to do like weightlifting and bodybuilding and stuff. So nutrition's really important, right? So it's top on my priority list. So I had gotten up to go make lunch, and I, just chicken breast, broccoli, rice, a typical workout, midweek meal. and I got it all portioned out and heated up, and it was ready to eat. And then somebody messaged. I sat down back at my computer, and one of my employees, because I was supervising at the time, one of my employees messaged me and needed something. And I responded, yeah, just give me, yeah, we can do that. Give me give me a couple minutes, and I'll start work. I'll get it to you. And I started working on it. It was basically just documenting how certain things work, so she could better understand stuff and work on her task. And like I had all this, legacy operational knowledge because I'd been with the company for so long. So there were a lot of people that were coming up to be like, hey, how does this work? What does that do? And I helped her out by producing the documentation. It took about 3 hours. It would have taken somebody else 3 days. So I was happy to do it. And then I'm hungry. I noticed that I'm hungry again. And I look over at my desk, and there's my plate of food sitting right there. I got up. I went and made lunch. I brought lunch back to my desk because I'm hungry. And then 3 hours go by, and I got this task completed. So I went to the doctor after that. I was like, Doc, that's not normal behavior. This something weird's going on. And I ended up taking all these tests and stuff. And then the doc's like, yep, you have ADHD. And I was like, when did I get that? She's like, you've always had it. Here's the list of symptoms in children. Does it remind you of anybody? And I was like, oh my God. Now, I'm really glad that I didn't get put on medication, so I will always love and thank my parents for that. And I don't take medication for it now, but I have to do all of this stuff. I have to for me to be organized and to get things done, I have to do this. If I don't, I get overwhelmed because there's so much stuff that I want to do, and it's not organized. So I have to keep everything as tidy and as organized as possible, so when I'm ready to shift gears and work on a different project, I've got all my stuff there. Otherwise, I can't function. It's just that simple. This is, for me, it's like a do or die thing. There we go. Okay, I can close that. And what I'm doing right now. Oh, you can see what I'm doing. That's right. Toxicology operations manager. No, that doesn't pay enough. That doesn't pay enough either. Okay. And I should honestly. I should spend a little bit of time each day applying to jobs. I really should. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's do, it could take 2 hours, so apply to jobs, keep track. This is my document where I keep everything together. Hey Expressy, welcome to the stream, and thanks for coming in and saying hi. Things are going okay. I finally got my video projects rolling. So we've got the music video, Skyrim music videos, 2/3 of the way done. It's right here. I'm gonna work on it a little bit later today. And then when I get the Skyrim music video released, I got to get back in touch with Swifty because everybody's asking for that. I need to make a video like Like why I hadn't stay in touch with Swifty, because everybody thinks we had a falling out, but we didn't. Like I just had a bunch of problems, a bunch of health and mental. Well, they're combined. Like I was having mental issues because I had poor health, and vice versa. So, and when I'm not, and I just self isolated. So I lost touch with everybody. I'm kind of beating myself up about it. But you know, I'm making an effort now. So I'm trying to get some live streaming done every day. And trying to work towards each project, or at least one of my personal projects, you know, every day. So there's the Skyrim music video. There will always be a music video project. I think we're going to do Doom next to try and capitalize on the Doom Dark Age stuff. So I can get this done today or tomorrow. Hopefully, I can just start working on a Doom music video. And then there is Unreal Engine 5. So I'm doing some game development and video production stuff, because you can, you know, Unreal Engine 5 is where you can add a lot of special effects and like laser shots and the lightsaber effect if you want to do that or whatever. So I'm learning Unreal Engine 5, and then that will help me with the other project, which is a Star Wars fan film. So I've got a lot of stuff written down, and we're making a little bit of progress towards the Star Wars fan film. Hey, Noob Fever. Hey, everybody's coming in. This is great. Swanty's here. Expressy's new. That's cool. It's nice to see new face. Bolly's over in chat. So is Deathforge. I'm glad you folks are here to hang out. Yeah, I'm going to. I'll have to, like, yeah. Let me get the music video done, and we'll figure it out. So here's stuff that I just keep pushing down. We're not going to do any of that today. File claim with Florida, so can't do that today, because I screwed up and didn't file in time. Okay, good. Here it is. File claims through Reconnect. So there's that. And then let's do this. Okay. So the things on this calendar, the things on this calendar aren't set in stone. In fact, I move things around all the time. In fact, I move things around I probably shouldn't move around. But it helps because I can, let's see, we live streamed all this. There we go. This way I can look back on the week and see what I did. I should do a better job of like writing down which project is that I'm working on instead of just saying simulcast. Oh well. Okay, so we got breakfast. We trimmed the beard. It's looking good. Looks more professional. Oh, let me see if that guy replied back to me. Where's that? Oh, here, let me, yeah. So, I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I really need to do today. Let's put this here. And let's just make a note. Reopened Florida unemployment account. My reemployment account was disabled due to inactivity. I was able to reactivate it, and it told me that I would be able to file claims again on 5/15. For a claim to qualify, you must apply to 5 different jobs and present proof that you did so. Okay. Minced beef, ground beef? I don't know. It's always been ground beef to me. Fried eggs, green beans, minced beef, and corn. That does sound good. Okay, let's go back to the... There we go. I'm going to check my email and see if that recruiter got back to me. Not yet, no. Alright, let me mark all this as red. Okay, okay, so that's the other staffing agency I signed up for because that guy hasn't gotten back to me. Okay, that's a good email. This is a damn good email. The other staffing agency that I signed up for with today, they sent me a nice long list of the 5 jobs that I already applied to. How do we star this? It's right there. Thanks for your submission right there. Okay. Okay, the other, it's just like, it's also frustrating for me. Like, I really, this is the longest I've been unemployed. Like, I've had a job just damn near every day of my life since I was like 15. So I'm kind of treating the live streaming like a job. I'm trying to anyway. Minced is British, maybe? Probably. The Brits like to do things different. They spell the word color with a U. And they drive on the wrong side of the road. Okay. Okay, I'll apply for those tomorrow. All right, so we got that. Staffing agencies booked up. Socials. Hey, Flame Age, welcome, welcome. We got, like I was talking about the other day, as I've been anxious about the job hunt, so I spent a good chunk of time doing that today. I followed up with the recruiter that I talked to last week, and I had an interview with him. He said he'd get back to me earlier this week, so I gave him like 2 days, and I just sent him a message this morning. And then I signed up with another staffing agency and applied to 5 jobs that looked like a good fit there. And then I was gonna file for unemployment, but I didn't respond to something in time, and they kind of suspended my claim. I remember what happened. They were like, you have to provide proof that you applied to at least 5 jobs, and I went to go get that, and then I didn't ever follow up. So now I have proof that I've been applying to places over the last couple of weeks, and I can file a claim on the 15th. So in 2 weeks from now. So it's just important that I continue. I should just make it a habit of applying to a couple jobs every day, and I'll feel a lot better about that. Okay, so we did that. Okay, I've caught up on all my emails. I'm just trying to make sure that I'm seeing to all my responsibilities. I gotta get this section of my life organized. Otherwise, I'm just gonna feel crazy about it. Oh, thank you, Flame Age. Flame Age says job hunting can be soul crushing at times. I'm glad you're in good spirits. I've never tried a recruiter service, but they sound great. Yeah, I like the recruiter service. It kind of reintroduces the human element. And I know that the recruiter that I'm talking to is actively talking to people that are looking to hire. I can't tell you how many times I worked at the last company that I worked for. I worked there for 7 years, and I got promoted in the company a lot. So I got promoted like 5 times, and each time that happened, they also had to post the job description on the website so people could apply to it, and then they just eventually chose me, but they went through the process. So I have no idea how many jobs and positions that I've applied for are just like, they already know who they're going to hire. They're just legally required to post the job somewhere. There's probably a lot of that out there. Okay. Okay. Let's do this. There we go. I'm just gonna treat every day the same. I really should apply to 5 jobs every day. Okay. And let's do... Okay, save. All right, so now I just put this I've got just 2 hours set aside every day. Phoebus says, you have hit the nail on the head, sir. We can't take it personally. We just need to grind it out and detach ourselves from the emotion. How about doing a little flexibility and apply to an average of 5 jobs a day? Or 3 jobs a day? I like the idea, Phoebus. I'll edit this, and we'll say apply to 2 to 5 jobs. That way, if I apply instead, I'll apply. You know, I like the idea. 2 to 5 jobs, so I don't have to pull my hair out. No pun intended. I don't have to pull my hair out if I get. If I only find 2 jobs that day that I like, or that I think I'm a good fit for. Okay, so apply to 2 to 5 jobs. Let's move this down here. Okay, now, Flame Age says, I used to not care for self-promotion, but after a while of watching coworkers suck, I realized, screw that, I'm miles ahead of these turds. I should let them know to bump me up. Expressi says, what kind of job are you looking for? I'm operations manager, or a project manager, operations manager, program manager, something like that. Like I'm a generalist who's a very quick study. So it's, and I'm technical. So I like being the liaison between all the different departments, because I speak, customer support speaks one language, engineering speaks one language, compliance speaks another language, marketing has a whole different language for themselves, but I can speak each one of those to those people, and I can translate between the departments, especially between customer support and engineering. Because the engineers are like, they're not technical enough, and they'll misrepresent things and stuff, and some of the overlap is like the customer support people will use terminology that the engineers, or words or vocabulary that the engineers use, but to an engineer that word means something different. Like the word means one thing to a customer support person, but it means another thing to an engineering person. And I'm really good at translating that, and I actually really enjoy it. I like doing it. I like working on projects with a bunch of different people that require a bunch of different disciplines. That's why I like video production, because it's writing, cinematography. You need music, sound effects, special effects, operations, and project management, because that's all a movie really is. Making a movie is just a big project. So it's just it's a natural thing for me. Let's see, I answered Espressi there. And then Decify says, Nexus, do you remember linking with Chance in 2012, 2013? Yeah, he was a good guy. That was good. I wasn't. I had a good time with Chance and what's his name. But I wasn't doing too good back then. I had a bunch of problems that I don't even know if I admitted that I had them, but yeah, no, he was a good dude. I enjoyed the stay, for what it's worth. I was not in a good headspace when I was doing that. And Flame Mage says, basically I was too humble while doing more than one person's job often, doing myself no favors that way. And Phoebus says, yes, or sales will use the term thinking it means one thing when they actually want the exact opposite. Yeah. Thank you, Desify. I am. I worked really hard over the last couple of years to take care of myself. And I'm trying to get back into the swing of things. I stopped doing a lot of the things that I like to do because I felt like crap all the time and was basically using all of my energy just to get through the day at work. But I don't have to do that anymore, and I'm starting to come out of what I like to call survival mode. Of course, you know, as soon as the job hunt is over, I'll feel better about that because I feel like I'm back in survival mode because I'm unemployed. So there's that. Yeah, here, Flame Mage, let me let you in on something, Flame Mage. We'll go Wikipedia. All right, let's check out Flame Mage. I want to introduce you to the Dunning-Kruger effect. The Dunning-Kruger effect is a cognitive bias in which people with limited competence in a particular domain overestimate their abilities. Okay. Some researchers also include the opposite effect for high performers, their tendency to underestimate their skills. In popular culture, Dunning-Kruger effect is often misunderstood. Here, let me get the wiki. Give me a 1-paragraph explanation about the Dunning-Kruger effect. Okay, Dunning-Kruger effect cognitive allows people with low. Dunning-Kruger effect is a cognitive bias in which people with low ability or knowledge in a particular area tend to overestimate their competence, while those with higher ability often underestimate their relative skill. This occurs because individuals lacking expertise are not only poor performers, but they also lack the self-awareness to recognize their deficiencies. Conversely, more competent individuals assume tasks that are easy for them, Conversely, more competent individuals assume tasks that are easy for them are also easy for others, leading them to undervalue their expertise. The effect highlights the importance of self-reflection and continuous learning to gain a more accurate self-assessment. So basically, somebody can be so bad at something, they don't know they're bad, and they think they're good at it through their own ignorance. And people that are really good at stuff, that have a lot of knowledge in this particular field, they know enough to know that they don't know everything. And that is what that's what drives that thought process forward. Yeah, I did the same thing, Phoebus. I didn't realize I didn't have a clue in my 20s. It was like that's one of the reasons I got so good at technical support. I was like, what is it about this highly complex, multifaceted, cross-department procedure and software that you don't understand? Why didn't you get it the first time like I did? Yeah, Flame Mage, I'm happy to share. If failure is the greatest teacher, I am wise indeed. All right, let me just check here. All right, so we got the beard trimmed. We're chatting with the live stream. I can't apply for unemployment, but as long as I apply for jobs, 2 to 5 each day. When the 15th rolls around, I'll be able to file all of my claims, and I'll get paid, and hopefully I will have some job interviews by then. And there's nothing else I can do about this right now, so I need to let it go. It's okay. You can step away. I've done what I needed to do on this thing today. I can do something else. Oh, You can it depends on your amount of severance. So I got 1 month of severance, and I could not file unemployment for that month. But every month forward, because I didn't have severance beyond 1 month, I can apply. So they just don't want you double dipping, right? Oh, you got 2 months of severance and get 2 months of unemployment? That's not how that works. Also, welcome to the stream, Toast Lamont, first time chatter. Okay, I'm gonna let it go. Let me mark these as red, because red is like super important, or potentially something bad if it does not get done. This one too. Okay, so we're live streaming. I think now we can. I've done it. I keep saying it to myself because I'm trying to convince myself, because I can really get fixated on shit. I've done everything I can for the job hunt today. All right, let's check that off the list. Let's do that. Where's the agenda? Right there. Okay, good. So there we go. We got the job hunting done for today. Now we're going to move over to the script writing. I was really tired last night, but I'm happy with the amount of progress that I made. See, that's I can close this. That's bookmarked. We applied there. We can close this. That's my email. Here's the Gantt chart right there. Just cleaning up my workspace. I think it's this one. Yes. All right. Okay, so now I'm gonna work on the script for. We've got the Skyrim music video, and that's 2/3 of the way done, and we will resume working on this a little bit later. But I want there to be a video that goes out with it, because hopefully the music video is going to get a lot of eyeballs on my channel. So I'd like to have another video that can show people like what my channel's about and what I'm trying to do. Flame H says, great explanation. I always think of the undercompetent part of this. It fits perfectly though. Thankfully age brings wisdom. Yeah man, anytime. Oh, I'm sorry, Toaster. Toast Lamont. Yeah, so you can't file unemployment for the duration of your severance. So I got 1 month of severance, which means I could not apply for unemployment. But the next month, I didn't have any severance, so I could apply for unemployment. They do that because they don't want people double dipping, right? Your severance is supposed to, get you through until you find something else, and if not, then you fall back on the unemployment benefits, right? Or some people don't get severance. That's happened to me plenty of times. I think this is one of the first. This is the second. This is actually the second time ever that I got severance. The first time I got severance, I was like 22 years old, and the jazz club that I was bartending at shut down, and I really turned the bar, running that bar, got them to be kind of profitable again, but then they ended up shutting it down. So they ended up giving me some severance because I worked really closely with the owners, showing them what's going on. Like, they were wondering why the bar wasn't making any money, and like I came in there just like a normal customer, and I go up to the bar and I order a beer, and I pay for it with cash, and the bartender did not ring it up, which you're supposed to ring it up. The bartender did not ring it up, and then took the like $5 and threw it in the tip jar. And then I sat there pretending like I was drinking, but I was just sitting there watching her, and she was just robbing them blind. That's what it boiled down to. And then it's like, if your restaurant manager's worth half of his salt, he'll give the bar keeps like a write off. You can write off $100 worth of liquor a day, right? Because you got your regulars coming in, and you want to give your regular like an extra shot or something like that. Do that, yes, but ring it up, and then they'll comp it. But if you don't ring it up, we can't track where all that stuff went. We need you to track when you give somebody something, so we can see if we're doing all right, because we might need to reduce that budget, right? But if you're just randomly giving out stuff here and there and not keeping track of it, then we can't run a bar that way. Hey, right leg. Thanks, man. I'm glad it shows through. Like I was saying earlier, I have to keep things this organized. Otherwise, everything goes to hell for me. I have to do it. But I would like to show other people these techniques, and you too can do this. Google's free. You got your Google Calendar. I got mine color coded. The red is like important stuff. The green is like health, as you can see, lunch break and all that. And then the purple has to deal with video editing for Twitch and YouTube and stuff. And then the blue stuff is just one-off things that need to get done. Like this morning, I trim the beard. I cut it down a lot. I took the befores and afters. See? Looks better, don't it? And I have Phoebus to thank, because he linked me a website that had a bunch of different professional looking beard styles on it. And now I definitely feel a lot more professional. Oh, thank you, Phoebus. Excellent. Yes. Yeah, it looks it's nice, and it started to thin out the further down it got, so I just found where it was thickest, and I cut up to right there and then just straightened it all up. Now I don't look like Grizzly Adams. So all right. All right, Skyrim documentary, because like I said, I've done everything I can do today as far as job hunting stuff goes. Oh, I've got the grave before shave stuff. I should probably get some oil too, but but I've been using beard balm lately. Just rub it and work it through. But yeah, I should probably order some beard oil. All right, so for those of you that are, kind of joining us here to the live stream, we are now doing some script writing. I'm done applying for all the jobs and checking out my unemployment and all that stuff. So I'm done with that for today, and tomorrow we're gonna do it all over again. But now it's time to shift gears, and we're gonna do the script writing for a video that's gonna go along with the Skyrim music video. And I want, the Skyrim music video is not gonna have me talking or anything. It's just gonna be hardcore music video. That's it. And maybe in the credits, maybe I'll do something in the credits. I probably should. Thank you, S Beast, for letting me use your song. Sorry it took so long. Yeah. Anyway, getting tired. Lost my train of thought. Okay, only idiots don't monetize. So new essay attempt. Okay. So here, I can use this I can use this video, this script, as a way to showcase my project management knowledge and experience. And I think if I do a good enough job on this, I could even post the video on LinkedIn, for crying out loud. So, yeah, stuck in the past, how outdated development systems are holding games back. That's the working title right there. Yeah. Okay. Will do, Phoebus. Thank you. All right, so all right, how are we gonna intro this? All right, so we need to write up a kind of an intro. Okay, let me get this. Okay, what I'd like to do. Let me just. First of all, let's make this bigger, so y'all can read stuff better. There we go. Let's move that over there. Yeah, this is good stuff. Imagine you were a CEO. Hold on. Let me. There, that was, the music was a little loud for me. Okay. Okay. Imagine you were a CEO or some C-suite executive, and what your life is like and what your concerns are. You're running a company. You're in charge of steering the ship, reporting to the shareholders, leading in turbulent waters. You're always in meetings. All types of folk report to you. and report what they are working on and how it's going. How the work they do has to be done first, so the next department can build on what the previous one did. And you get presented with a Gantt chart, and all that chaos and uncertainty and anxiety suddenly vanish because all of the chaos has suddenly been organized and presented visually. Okay. Compare a wall of text describing the project and what is going on. Gantt chart. Here's the Gantt chart right here. Okay. What's going to be the intro here? It'll be. It needs to be like a good kind of. Well, here, let me.
Sponsored by that game everyone loves.
Scientists are racing to unlock the secrets of the cosmos. Questions we once thought impossible to answer are within our grasp.
Okay, yeah, I want to do something like that. It's like an intro to. I guess I should start like with. Let's collab with. See, this is the great thing about ChatGTP. You can work with it like pretend like when I'm writing and doing my development stuff. I pretend like ChatGTP is what I need it to be. So right now, you can even give it the situation. So I am writing a script for a video, for a video essay that is currently titled Okay. It's going to be posted on YouTube. In tandem with my Skyrim music video. I need a good intro. Okay, I need a good intro. I'd like it to mention what the video essay is about. Who I am. I don't really need to self-insert my person in there. I need to get interested in what the video essay is about. We're going to look at the games industry through the lens of project management. I want this essay to educate the viewers on several different development techniques. When they were incepted, how they work, and what the shortcomings are. I also want to use this as an opportunity to showcase my project management knowledge and educate the viewers so they can be a more shrewd consumer. Not a lot of people assume they're a consumer, and how they might use this knowledge to better understand the games industry. And why things are the way they are now, with all of the current issues with AAA devs. Okay. We want to start let's start with waterfall. Explain how it works at a high level. Educate the viewers on what the stages are, common terms. Let me move this over here. Common terms to introduce them to, which is going to be scope, requirements, milestone, Gantt chart. I also want the viewer to be able to, put a hat on, as if they were someone who is a part of the process, the project. Part of the project. For example, when I explain Gantt charts, I want the viewer to be able to imagine themselves as a CEO, and why waterfall and Gantt charts are still in use, despite better, newer development models exist. Example. Here, what I don't want to do is lose that. So let me... Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh, crap. I almost lost all that. Okay. There we go. All right, that's better. So I'd rather type it in here and then we'll feed the prompt, and I just don't want to lose it. All right, so as a CEO, why waterfall and Gantt charts are still in use despite newer development models exist. Okay. Example. Copy. Okay, imagine the Gantt chart in text form. It'll be a big wall of text. And compare how that wall of text looks and how a Gantt chart makes everything look like it's under control. Okay. Okay. Then I want to go over the shortcomings of waterfall development. Okay. Then educate the viewers on how to recognize that a company that a company is using waterfall development. Explain how games get released before they are actually ready. How investors, shareholders view the video game. Not as they view it as a product first and a game second. Provide examples of games that were, released prematurely. How this is a trend in the games industry. How it's, holding the games industry back. Okay. Go over crunch time, repeated delays, and lack of iterative refinement. Okay. Also explain why companies are still operating under this outdated model. Find me quotes or statistics that prove, that demonstrate waterfall is outdated, but shareholders and businesses are still using it because they, want the product to be released by that time, by the time that they set, so they can see a return on their investment. Ironically, by forcing video games to be released prematurely, they are actually reducing their chances for success. Because releasing an unfinished game, will give your product a bad reputation. But there are still so many operating under this old waterfall model. Okay. 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 Originally introduced by Winston W. Royce in 1970. Describe what life was like in the 70s. Explain SneakerNet. How there isn't, how this is a pre-bandwidth age, as in this is before high-speed internet became ubiquitous. Okay. Also give some examples about popular TV shows, comedians, music and movies, to really, generate the feel of the times. Okay. All right, now, crunch time, repeated delays, lack of area development. Okay. Now explain the Agile Manifesto. Start with explain what life was like in 2000s, paint the picture of America. Okay, so that's 2000. So let's call this, Okay. Okay, well now we're going to explain Kanban 2009. Okay, and then we need to do Scrum. All right. Okay. Now explain how, hybrid or Frankenstein models exist. How they are, inefficient, if not executed correctly. I'll give you an example. Stand up. You need to have stand up, like with, you need to have stand-ups every, well, it's okay. Not executed correctly. How, leaving out steps in Scrum will cause the system to not function properly. Like, provide an example. Related video games. Okay. Okay. Now it's time to explain how we are post bandwidth, as in high-speed internet is now ubiquitous. How we have an unprecedented level of communication abilities. How, waterfall was developed so long ago. And now it's time to explain how we are post bandwidth as high-speed internet is now ubiquitous. How we have an unprecedented level of communication abilities. How using waterfall does not leverage any of that. They're getting a project. How waterfall. Okay, waterfall. Leverage any of that. I'd like to propose a new method of game development based on the more modern systems. Explain how you can break a game down into a bunch of different pieces. And get feedback from players very early in the development process. You know, no need to wait until the game is 70% done, to then let people play test it. You can, you know, let me see. Play testing, for example. I am pioneering this new video game development model based on my observations as both a consumer and a professional project manager. For example, get the movement, get the character movement system completed first. You know, make sure the movement of the character, the movement of the player, you know, feels right. Get their feedback, get players' feedback on it, and make refinements. Then, once the movement system is done, you know, work on, you know, the next portion of the game. Such as combat. And then you can have the players test if the movement and combat system are, you know, are fun and engaging. Once you have a core gameplay down pat, core gameplay down, you know, with movement and combat, you can then start working on things, on, you know, other portions of the project, such as the UI, enemies, levels, etc. But the most important part of movement and combat is solid first. Because if movement and combat aren't enjoyable, you don't have a good game. Comment aren't enjoyable. They don't have a good game. Okay. Feedback. There is no set date for release because it will be launched when it's ready, not when a shareholder want to push the product out on the market because they want to see an ROI. It is entirely possible for myself as a single developer to, inform the audience of the game's development as if they were a member of the Scrum team. This will give so much insight into the development course of the game, and will let sets expectations with those interested in the game being released. It's wrong to set a launch date arbitrarily when you're building a new thing, when you're building a whole new software project. Okay. The project needs to get a lot further along once the Scrum team's velocity is established. You can then begin to project a time, but it would be wrong to set a hard date, because then you have crunch time. It would be wrong to set a hard date for release, because then you would have crunch time if things are taking longer than expected. Open communication and an audience familiar Open communication and an audience. Open communication. Transparency. And an audience familiar with the Agile Scrum, or an audience educated on the Agile Scrum project management. We'll then have a really good idea of how things are coming along and when they might expect the project to get wrapped up. Okay. I'd like, so members, so I propose that members that, we could do it up here. Take some time and explain Kickstarter history and early access scams. Why Kickstarter was really popular for a while. I saw projects get fully funded when all they had was nice slide deck with some concept art and a big name attached to the project. Yeah, like example, Mighty Number 9. Okay, as a single developer, I can work Okay. I think this is good for now. This is a nice outline. So we're gonna let's give this all to ChatGTP and see what it spits out. This is I'm letting you guys see my process here, because it's like you can look. I don't let ChatGTP do all the writing for me, as you can see, right? So, but what I do is use ChatGTP as my editor, right? Even Stephen King has got an editor. Yeah. So we can put all this in here. Below, I will paste all the, brain dump information I have for my video essay. I need you to rewrite it cover all the points that I cover and, you know, present examples and reference other events. Give me a, you know, rough draft for this essay. Okay, I'm be right back, bio. We'll see what it spits out. Y'all, let's take a look. Okay. We're back from the bio. All right, let's see what it spit out. Stuck in the past, how outdated development systems are holding games back. Intro. Welcome to a breakdown of how the video game industry, despite being home to some of the most creative, cutting-edge art and technology, is still shackled to decades-old development models. In this video essay, we're going to examine the industry through the lens of project management. We'll look at how legacy frameworks like waterfall development still shape modern game development, why that's a problem, and how newer methodologies like Agile and Scrum offer better alternatives. Whether you're a developer, a gamer, or just someone trying to understand why your most anticipated game launched broken, this video will give you the tools to become a smarter consumer, and maybe even a more thoughtful contributor to future games. Damn, that's good. Part 1. A product of its time. Imagine it's 1970. Nixon is president, the Beatles have broken up, bell bottoms are in, disco is just getting started, and your favorite TV shows might include MASH, Columbo, and the Brady Bunch. Personal computers are rare. There's no Dropbox, no GitHub, and certainly no Zoom. Teams work in the same building, maybe even in the same room. And when somebody finishes a document, they print it out and walk across the office. That's SneakerNet. This is the world where Winston W. Royce introduced the waterfall model for software development. It was brilliant for the time. It broke projects down into a series of sequential stages: requirements, design, implementation, verification, and maintenance. You couldn't move to the next stage until the one before it was completed. It was a factory-style mindset. Plan everything up front, do the work, test at the end. And for a 1970s CEO, this made sense. Imagine running a company full of moving parts, where marketing needs design to finish and design needs engineering to wrap up first. Then someone hands you a Gantt chart, a visual timeline showing the entire project mapped out, dependencies and all. Suddenly, the chaos becomes manageable, and you've got milestones, you've got deadlines, you've got something to show the shareholders. It's order out of chaos. It's beautiful. Until it isn't. Waterfall might look great on paper, but in practice it's brittle. Problems aren't discovered until the very end, when they're the most expensive to fix. If the design is flawed, if a mechanic isn't fun, if the scope creeps, and your timeline doesn't budge, you get crunch time. Sound familiar? Take Anthem from BioWare, released in a clearly unfinished state, or Cyberpunk 2077, which suffered from scope bloat, multiple delays, and a disastrous launch. These are games made under immense pressure to meet predetermined release windows, decided not by developers but by executives and shareholders demanding a return on investment. And in the process, the product, the game, suffers, as does the player experience. In Waterfall, there's no room for iterative refinement. Once you're locked in, that's it. And if you need to change something halfway through, too bad, it's not in the scope. Recognizing Waterfall in the wild. Want to spot Waterfall in the wild? Look for announced release dates years in advance, little to no public gameplay until late in development, long periods of silence punctuated by scripted trailers, crunch culture, and multiple delays. Executives stick to Waterfall because it gives the illusion of control. But when the house of cards collapses under public backlash, it's clearly the process isn't sustainable. Even worse, the sunk cost fallacy kicks in. We've already promised the release, just ship it. Okay. Enter the Agile Manifesto. Now fast forward to 2001. We're the early internet boom. The Sopranos is redefining TV drama. Shrek hit theaters. Napster has changed music forever. And a group of 17 frustrated software developers met at a ski resort in Utah to fix a problem. Waterfall doesn't work for modern development. They write the Agile Manifesto, and its values are revolutionary. Individuals' interactions over processes and tools. Working software over comprehensive documentation. Customer collaboration over contract negotiation. Responding to change over following a plan. Agile introduces iteration, the idea that you build a little, test a little, and adjust accordingly. Agile in practice, Scrum and Pogma. Scrum, which went mainstream around 2010, is one of Agile's most popular frameworks. It's based on short development cycles called sprints. I think we need to like explain the Agile Manifesto a little bit better. Scrum went mainstream around 2010, is one of Agile's most popular frameworks. It's based on short development cycles called sprints, usually 1 to 4 weeks. Key roles. There's the product owner, which represents the company's needs. The Scrum Master keeps the team on track, and the dev team builds the product. Key events, sprint planning, daily stand-ups, sprint review, sprint retrospective. Then there's Kanban, formalized by David J. Anderson after adopting Toyota's new lean manufacturing principles to software. Its strengths are flow and visualization. With the Kanban board, you see the entire project at a glance. To do, in progress, done. Key ideas: work in progress, limits, prevent overload. It's a pull-based system. Teams grab work when they're ready. Okay. Hybrid models and Franken processes. In the real world, studios often blend methodologies. But if you cut corners or misunderstand the purpose of key components, like skipping retroactives in Scrum, you end up with a Frankenstein process that's inefficient and confusing. Example: a team that calls their meetings stand-ups but doesn't time box their work, doesn't track velocity, and has no real backlog. That's not Scrum. It's chaos with a calendar invite. Post-bandwidth world. What's our excuse? Here's the kicker. We live in a post-bandwidth era. High-speed internet is everywhere. Cloud collaboration is instant, and we can push updates overnight, host real-time playtests, and gather massive feedback loops in days. And yet, some AAAs are still acting like it's 1979. Then came Kickstarter, a revolution at first. Suddenly developers could bypass publishers. But many crowdfunding projects were built on hype rather than working prototypes. Mighty Number 9 promised a spiritual successor to Mega Man, raised millions, and failed to deliver. Likewise, early access on Steam was a dream of iterative transparency until it became a dumping ground for unfinished, sometimes abandoned projects. Players got burned and trust eroded. New model. Ultra transparency, continuous feedback. So what's next? What I propose is an approach I call ultra transparency with continuous feedback. Here's how, we got to think of something more catchy than that. Here's how it works. No arbitrary launch date. The game is ready when the core systems are solid. Public iteration, for example, finish and test the movement system first. Get player feedback. Then build combat. Let's then test both together. Treat the audience like stakeholders. They're not just consumers. They're collaborators. Educate the audience about Scrum, Kanban, Agile, so they know what the progress really looks like. This model is entirely viable, even for solo developers. With modern tools, I can treat my audience like a member of the Scrum team. I can show my velocity, my progress, and even my blockers. It sets expectation, builds trust, and most importantly, results in better games. Letting go of the past. The video game industry is capable of stunning innovation, but when it comes to project management, too many studios. Okay, this is a good outline. A lot of this stuff needs to be expanded upon. But this is a good outline. Okay. Okay. Oh, let's see. Actually, let me do this. Okay, ask anything. All right. All right, let's see if this interface is going to work. For part 1, waterfall, after the second paragraph, let's actually break down and explain the stages. And show an example of a Gantt chart and describe it to the audience. Oh, see, now it's reading through and it's following my instructions. There we go. Okay, this is better. All right, let's break down the stages. Requirements. Gather every detail about what the product should do before any work begins. Design. Map out how the product will be built, often creating diagrams, specs, and system architecture. Implementation. Actual development. This is where the code is written. Verification, testing the finished product to ensure it meets requirements. Maintenance after release support and updates are handled here, often with very limited resources. Each step is dependent on the last. No moving ahead until you've checked the previous box. Now imagine all of that in a long Word document. It's a wall of text, hard to read, hard to visualize. Enter the Gantt chart. A Gantt chart is a type of bar chart that illustrates project schedules. Along the vertical axes, you have tasks for stages of development. The horizon axis represents time. Each bar shows the duration of the task and its start and end dates. It visually displays dependencies, overlaps, and deadlines. When viewed from the perspective of a CEO or stakeholder, it's immensely satisfying. Everything looks like it's under control, mapped out, and accounted for. Yeah, okay. This is a lot better. All right. Cracks in the waterfall. We're in the early internet boom. Let's do split part 5 into 2 different parts. The first one should be Kanban, and I will show an example of a Kanban board, and how it works, and demonstrate how it works. Explain how it works. Write that up for me, and I'll provide the visuals. And then split Scrum into its own section. And break it down into the key roles key events. Also, scan the entire essay for vocabulary for project management vocabulary words. And let's make sure when we use those, we explain or define the keyword or concept. Okay. Let's see what it does. In part 4, let's provide an example. Let's provide a video game example. You know, and at a high level, describe the overall process, iterative process. Okay, let's see if there's any other instructions we should give it. Come on, visual. It focuses on flow and visualization. The central tool is a Kanban board, a visual representation of the work pipeline. The tickable board has columns like to do, in progress, review, done. Each task is represented as a card that moves across the board as work progresses. Key concepts, work in progress, team-based system. In the video, I'll show you a real Kanban board, walk through how tasks move from start to finish, and explain how it helps surface bottlenecks and balance workloads. It's a transparent visual system that helps teams focus and avoid chaos. Okay. Scrum, teamwork and iteration. Scrum, which gained widespread, is one of the most structured agile frameworks. The fixed length usually lasts 1 to 4 weeks. Key roles: Scrum Master, development time, team. Okay. For part 10, for part 10, let's mention that, you know, I'm doing game development. And would like Project Veilwalker. To be the proof of concept. Okay, it's starting to come together. Let's put, you screwed up part 1. It just says unchanged content. Put back the info that was there. What the hell? Okay, it's like screwing up. Fuck. Oh my gosh, it's screwed up. Alright, let's try it again. Oh, did I paste it here? Oh, thank goodness I pasted it here. Okay, Agile, Hybrid meets Frankenstein, 7 post bandwidth, what's her excuse? 8, 9. Shit. Okay, this is a better version. The editing tool is quite limited. For some reason, like I guess the essay just got too long, and it started leaving stuff out. So I was able to back up. And get what I needed. Okay, well we'll stick with this, and I'll continue to embellish each section. Is embellish the right word? Make something more attractive by the addition of decorative details or features. Yes, embellish is the correct word. Okay. Rewrite this section that I will paste below and include explanations and include explaining why a game gets released prematurely. You know, explain, you know, that people invested money and they want to get their money back, so they don't want to hear, you know, why the game isn't ready yet. So they don't hear. They don't care about the game. They see it as a product to be sold, and they can't sell it until it's released. Hey, Bali. We're doing the essay writing now. Got all the job hunting stuff done that I can do for today. I'm keep doing a little bit each day. Let me see if that guy emailed me back. Oh, that's over here. Let me just check. Okay, the recruiter didn't get back to me. Screw him. I'll call that son of a bitch tomorrow. Be like, hey, man. Explain it in a way to let the viewer, to let the audience step into the role of a CEO or stakeholder. How different their view is compared to the consumer and to the people who are really passionate and talented and artistic. Example, like everyone would be I forget it. Okay. Oh shit! I forgot to switch back. That's right. Thank you. There we go. There we go. What the hell's going on here? Okay. What's our excuse? Here's the irony. We live in a post-bandwidth era. High-speed internet is everywhere. We have tools for real-time collaboration, cloud storage, distributed teams, and instant feedback from players around the world. Developers can patch games overnight, host remote playtests, and collect data faster than at any other point in history. The technology to make great games iteratively, responsively, transparency is right at our fingertips. So why are so many games still launching unfinished? To answer that, let's put on a different hat. Step into the shoes of a CEO or investor. They've put millions into a game over the past 3 years. Every month, the studio spends money, salaries, marketing, office cuts. You want a return. You've got projections to meet, stockholders to please, your quarterly earnings report that don't care if the game's combat needs another 6 months in the oven. You're not thinking about the elegance of a level design or the joy of exploration. You see a product sitting on a shelf, one that can't generate revenue until it's released. And as far as you're concerned, done is better than perfect. Now let's shift hats again. Imagine you're a developer, a designer, a writer, a concept artist, someone who deeply cares about the craft. You want to make something immersive, meaningful, fun. You've worked long hours fine-tuning the gameplay, only to be told the release date isn't moving, even though critical systems still need work. You see a project with heart and soul, and you're watching it get cut short because of financial pressure. And finally, think of the player. They don't see your spreadsheet or shareholder calls. They see a $70 price tag. They expect polish. They expect a finished product. And when they boot up a buggy, broken experience on day one, they don't care about your excuses. They just know they got burned. The disconnect between these three perspectives as executive, developer, and gamer is what fuels this cycle. It's why games launch too early. Stakeholders want a product on the shelves. Developers want time to finish the work, and consumers just want something worth paying for. In a world where constant communication is possible and feedback can be integrated in real time, there's no technical reason we can't break this cycle. But to do it, the industry has to shift its mindset from rigid launch schedules to flexible, feedback-driven delivery. Until then, we'll keep seeing games with potential released before they're ready and remembered for what they could have been instead of what they were. It's offering to make a diagram. Let's have it make a diagram. Oh, look at that. It's writing some Python. Is it done? Oh, it spit it out right here. Oh, well, I could have done this. Okay, we will have some sort of visual thing like that. We certainly will, but I could have done that myself. All right. Oh, good, Swanty. I'm glad you enjoy that. That's this is like the meat and potatoes of my live stream. Like I'll get tired eventually, and I won't be able to focus as well as I should on this. And then we'll play some games and kick it. But I I really do get a lot more fulfillment out of doing this than you know, playing video games. Don't get me wrong, I like to play video games, but I think, you know, making this video essay and actually making a game and using this new development model I'm proposing, like that's what gets me excited. I've been working out, looking fit. Nexius, thanks, Toast. What type of workouts and nutrition are you focusing on? I'm trying to get back in shape. I kind of I never should have done it, but when I got laid off and I got lazy. Like, I had this whole routine where I'd wake up in the morning and go get the gym and eat breakfast all before I had to start my shift. And like, because I had to start my shift and like my job was really important to me, I would do that. But then I got laid off, and you know, that's why I'm trying to keep this schedule, right? I need to be getting up earlier, you know, I really should, and working earlier. So I need to like stop sleeping in, and you know, get back into working out. And right now, to answer your question, I'm just doing calisthenics. Let me find it. Right there. So what I'm going to do for like, I'm just going to use workouts like this for 90 days. And I need to continually work out each day. And this is here, Darby. Here's a link to where I'm getting my exercises from. And I basically just go through here and pick one or two that I feel like I can do for the day. Yeah, definitely, Toast. Yeah, I automated everything at my job, and then I got laid off. I got everything that I was responsible for automated, and they laid me off. They went from like a system where they needed like 15 customer support people to man the chats and the phones to needing 2, thanks to all the automation I did. I did. I worked myself out of a job. I certainly did. All right, I'm still kind of focused on this, so point out the difference in requirements. You know, how a shareholder CEO would write requirements for a game. How those requirements would put the cart before the horse. For example, they would write a requirement. They write requirement. Must have, you know, in-game store with ability to purchase like in-game currency. You know, as opposed to someone artistic or passionate, they would write a requirement, you know, must have satisfying gameplay loop. Okay. Also explain scope and scope creep. Star Citizen is an example of scope creep. You know, as a gamer, who do you want writing your requirements? Your games. Okay, also explain scope, scope reuse, scope create. Okay. Okay. At the very bottom. Okay. Here are your instructions. Here is the section and contents of what I want you to further develop, refine. Yeah, it was I guess it's like gone full circle, because I remember like right after the housing crisis in like 2008 or whatever, you know, I was just starting my IT career, and then that's when they were shipping everything overseas, and then by like the mid 2010s they were bringing most of them back here to the States because the quality wasn't there and people were complaining and stuff. So and it just seems like it's oscillating. It just goes overseas, come back, you know. Here's a refined and expanded part 2. Okay. Okay, let's expand this part too. Okay. Expand this part too. One of the reasons I want to educate people on development processes, on software development process. So you can be an informed consumer and even request and even advocate for the industry to adopt better practices. You know, explain how, you know, point out provide, okay. I'm sorry, Toast. I'm trying to remember to engage in conversation. I'm just writing this part right now. I hope this is going to be a very educational, informative video for people. If you want to spot water, here's what to look for. Sound familiar? It should. It's been the standard pattern behind some of the most notorious launches in modern gaming. Think Cyberpunk 2077, a game that had pre-orders open for years, no meaningful gameplay footage until the final marketing cycle, and a launch so bad it got pulled from Sony's digital storefront. That's not just a bad launch. That's the byproduct of a broken development system. Yes, and here is what I have on Agile so far. Use BG3 as contrast to show a positive example. How they were in early access for a long time. But the player base was happy because they were providing feedback and hearing back from the devs and seeing progress with each update. Do it. Notice how my chat GTP calls me I, good master, or my lord, or your excellency. Yes, I have instructed the AI to address me as such. Now fast forward to the internet is booming. Sopranos, create something new. Agile manifesto. Iteration. Checking the foundation holes. You build a room, test it, invite others. Let's ground that in reality. Larian Studios didn't promise a perfect game years in advance. Instead, they launched into early access in 2020, and they stayed there for 3 years. Yes, yes. This is turning out so much better. Like I really had a problem with these earlier things. It was just all too negative. Like all this stuff. These are complaints or gripes or concerns that I have with the industry, but yeah. Okay. Fuck. Okay. Yeah, Kanban's how I stay organized. right, teamwork and iterations. Scrum. Okay. I want you to rewrite the section I will paste below, and I want you to expand key events. Events that does a better job of explaining and provide a video game industry example. Hey, Swansea. Oh, well, let's see here. Swanty, you should try Trello. Where's my Star Wars project? There we go. Like this is Trello. Here's everything we're currently working on in the second iteration. Here's all the stuff either on the backlog or what we need to do next. You could set something up like this for yourself. You got ideas, and then once the ideas are accepted, they go on the backlog. And then people, when they're ready to, like, I've done all my work. What do I do next? They come over here and they pull something out of the backlog and start working on it. Or you could have this on deck here, which is just would do these next. Like when these are done, then pull something out of the backlog, right? So on decks are the things that really needs to get worked on next, and then there's in progress that lets you know all the things that are in flight. And then if somebody's blocked on something or it's on hold, you can move it over here, and then that way when the next time you're having a meeting, a project meeting, they'll see that you're blocked or something's on hold, and you can have a discussion about it and talk about what can be done to unblock you. All right, like a diagram, Trello style. Yeah, sure thing, Swansea. Yeah, you gotta use the tools that the company has approved of. But if Microsoft, whatever equivalent software Microsoft has, I'm sure you can get a Kanban board out of that. I could have swore I already rewrote this part. Fuck. Rewrite this part, but be sure to include how Boulder's Gate 3 proved this could proved Okay, a new model, ultra transparency. Fuck. You can't handle the beard. Okay, it's going to be update the section I paste below. Let's start off by explaining I use agile methodology for all of my projects. How I typically have 3 projects running. One is a music video. There's a music video. Thematic. One is for making a thematic music video to a specific video game, just like you saw the Skyrim music video. The other project, the second, is learning and developing Unreal Engine 5. Learning and developing Unreal Engine 5 as a video producer. Learning Unreal will open up a lot of options for me. In both as a video producer, a lot of options for me. I'm options for me. I'm doing game development, because the type of game I want to play will never exist unless I build it myself. And the third project is a Star Wars fan film. which will take years and years to before we're ready to start shooting. There is a lot of prep work to be done. All right, let's see. So what's next? Let me show you how I work. Agile methodology for everything I do, whether it's video production, game development, or long-term creative planning. At any time, I'm managing 3 major projects with its own Kanban board and backlog of prioritized work. The first is a thematic music video built around like the Skyrim music video you just already seen. Every beat, every shot, every transition goes through the process, plan, create, review, polish. It's creative work, but handled with an agile discipline. The second is learning and developing in Unreal Engine 5. As a video producer, mastering Unreal Engine 5 opens up a massive range of possibilities from visual sets and real-time lighting to full-blown game development. And let me be honest, I'm not making a game just for fun. I'm building the kind of game I want to play because it doesn't exist yet and probably never will unless I make it. The third is my most ambitious, a Star Wars fan film, one that will take years before we even start shooting, but I'm not waiting to get started later. I'm building assets, designing storyboards, testing effects, and breaking the whole thing into milestones. The Kanban board helps me chip away at it week by week, even while I'm juggling other projects. Now here's the big picture. What I'm using is a model I call ultra transparency with continuous feedback. This isn't just a workflow, it's a philosophy. No arbitrary launch dates. The project's done when the foundation is strong. Public iteration. I don't hide behind polished trailers to show the real raw process for a game. That means finishing the movement system, testing it, getting feedback, then building combat and testing them together. Treat your audience like stakeholders. I'm just going to educate the audience. And the best part, the model works even if you're solo. You don't need a 50-person studio to be transparent. With modern tools like Trello, Jira, OBS, and Discord, I can show my backlog, my velocity, my blockers, and my milestones, just like any agile team. The result? It sets expectations, builds trust, and creates a feedback loop with actual fans who care about the project. It's not a gimmick, it's a commitment. Yeah, it's really good. Okay. Copy. All right. Almost done. Rewrite this outro for me. I want to call out that the best way to support me is to become a Patreon member. Patreon member. The other is to welcome everybody to stop by the daily live streams to see the projects being worked on. Anything else? As you can see, I'm very passionate about project management. And I truly believe I can do great things by following the framework. I am setting out to prove it over the next few years. So, you know, if you've made it this far, hit that like button, give me a subscribe, or better yet, hit that subscribe button. Subscribe button, and see, you know, project management in action. Seems good. Watch the future get built. Video game industry capable of jaw-dropping creativity, but too many studios are clinging to outdated, rigid systems. I believe there is a better way. By embracing Agile, Scrum, Kanban, and true transparency, we build a smarter, faster, and more passionately with players right there alongside us. And I'm not just talking about it. I'm doing it. I'm using Agile for every project I touch. Prove that every one person. I'm setting out to prove that even one person with the right mindset and framework can build something extraordinary. If you want to see what that looks like in real time, you're welcome to drop by the daily live streams where I share behind the scenes progress about my music videos, Unreal Engine game development, and the Star Wars fan film. The best way to support this mission is to become a Patreon subscriber. You get exclusive updates, early access to new releases, and a satisfaction of knowing you're helping push the industry forward. If you've made it this far, do me a favor, hit the like button. Even better, subscribe, stick around, watch the process, see project management action. The future's not going to build itself. There we go. Okay. Okay, well, it's a 4,600 word essay. Not bad. I do like this a lot better because it's staying away from like pointing fingers and just negativity, I guess. And there's a lot of that out there. There's people really upset, you know, they get excited about a game coming out and they think it's going to be amazing, and then the studio drops the ball, and this is a nice little intro.
If you found this tape, it means that everyone is dead. Or working at a different office. How did this happen? Well, I'll tell you. Buckle up, buckaroos. Today's lesson is the misfired launch of Fallout 76. June 2008.
Oh damn, I should have really let that song was about to pop off.
Have we waited long enough, guys?
It's Todd Howard.
Oh God, yes we have, Todd.
I think we have.
Fallout 76, Bethesda's biggest game yet. My God, it was exciting. And they promised we'd know more at E3. E3 hype time. The press conference. 16 times the detail.
16 times the detail. All new rendering.
Yeah, all of this is because they're like, we're going to launch the game on this date, and the game wasn't ready, and they launched it anyway, and here we are.
Lighting and landscape technology.
4 times the map size.
It is 4 times the size of Fallout 4. and it's our biggest one yet.
My God, it was exciting. November 14th, 2018. The game goes live with a day one patch of 50 gigabytes.
For fuck's sake. I'll see you tomorrow.
But once that's downloaded, people start logging into the hellscape that is Fallout 76. And oh dear lord, they never fix the bugs. And there are so many of them. Goodbye world, goodbye necks, goodbye body, goodbye heads, bugs, bugs, bugs everywhere. Server crashes, game crashes, old bugs imported from Fallout 4. Use more than one nuke at a time, server's dead. Textures far too texturous, an all-consuming void. Error log 307. Can't pick up stuff, can't stop asserting dominance with a T-pose, framerate problems, screen tear problems, getting too swole, getting underneath the map, getting attacked by invisible enemies, spawning too many enemies.
Kind of speaks for itself.
Spawning too many god rays. Also, your camp resets after every session, and sometimes it goes underwater. Holotapes randomly play static, but too many holotapes mean none of them will play. Enemy AI is far more A than I. Animation, surprise, floating objects, and a traveling merchant. Just to name a few. Joseph Anderson has a great video that documents just the ones that he found personally. That video is 3 hours long. But it gets worse. Error CE348780 can corrupt your data and force you to reinstall the game and console operating system. A few PC players had their computers brick entirely. Also, when the date rolled over to the 1st of January 2019, the nukes in the game stopped working altogether. No one thought it prudent to program in other years in an always online game. And a few players were straight up logging into other people's accounts. This guy had a level 78 character that was randomly replaced with a level 8 character. Bethesda said they couldn't do anything about it. And many players are not thrilled with this game, and they want Bethesda to know that. And they want everyone else to know that too. But Bethesda owns the platform. Is Fallout 76 fun?
Yes, it is. Banned for racism. Thread locked.
They had no...
Let's let this ride. I'm still reading through this essay. I think it's close to done. I'm just gonna read through it, see how it flows, and we're just gonna check out the internet historian while that's going on. I think this is All right. Well, let me move this over here, and I need to jump up and do another quick bio break. Here we go. There.
Direct outlet for their rage. The only solution was to put a torch to everything else. Reddit, Twitter, Bethesda's other games on Steam. The backlash was immense.
It's quiet.
But surely level heads would prevail. The reviewers would come out and say that the game isn't so bad.
Is that better?
Oh dear lord, they hated it. This is so sad. Despacito, play Country Roads.
Is that better, Flamey? Oh, there's a delay. I gotta get used to the delay.
Almost heaven, West Virginia, Blue Ridge Mountains, Shenandoah River.
And the YouTube community had this to say.
It's really f***ing boring.
Could barely bring myself to play it in order to finish this review.
No one on staff wants to play any more of this video game. I'm not gonna subject myself to another 20, 30 hours of this fucking mess.
In short, Fallout 76 is
Cool, man. Thanks for the quick response.
morally, technically, and creatively bankrupt.
The mods on
BRB
Bethesda
bio.
forums were working overtime. The mods on Reddit almost gave up. Look, I'm not saying that some people didn't enjoy and have fun with this game. But what I am saying is that the Metacritic was really funny to read. So what happened? Well, it came out that development was hugely rushed. The deadlines were tight. Too tight. Plus, this wasn't Bethesda's A-team. It's actually a relatively inexperienced division based in Austin, and the scope of the game kept getting bigger.
We're gonna need distant weather systems.
Hey Todd, I stayed up all night and I just finished.
We're gonna need 16 times the detail.
Please, Todd, no more.
We're gonna need 4 times the size of Fallout 4.
That, and they were trying to patchwork the old Bethesda creation engine into a multiplayer framework. What else could you expect?
That's why I give my kids Fallout 76.
Now, Bethesda could tolerate the bugs and the bad reviews and the irate players, but what they couldn't tolerate were the exploits. Infinite inventory, infinite invisibility. The frame rate was tied to the game speed, so people were going a lot faster than they should. Server hopping for more items, infinite cache and infinite duplication, unlimited XP, unlimited nuking. The nuclear codes were unencrypted and you could wall clip into the quest room. And someone was given the curse of infinite invincibility. Naturally, this can really mess with other players' online experience. So Bethesda was ready, with the ban hammer
This just works.
and a blindfold to wildly flail around and take down anyone who happened by. But Bethesda wasn't satisfied with just banning people. No, they're a progressive company with big ideas. They wanted to give a road to redemption. So support sent out this email to players caught cheating. We would be willing to accept an essay on why the use of third-party cheat software is detrimental to an online game community. That's right, 500 words on why you're a very naughty boy, and they may just give you your account back. But a couple of days later, the mocking from news outlets caused them to reconsider this approach. One more exploit. In all the Bethesda games, there's a dev room. Every item in the game is kept here. Security has to be top-notch because otherwise, someone could just waltz in and take all of the best items in the game and it would be an absolute disaster. Well, shit. Of course, Bethesda wasn't equipped to deal with the issue. People started flooding in, taking the best items in the game, then selling those items on a black market of sorts. At first, they tried the usual approach, banning people who had some of the best items in the game. You spent 700 hours just to get the best gun? Die, cheater! Next, they put in a system where players would get tagged if they ever entered the room, and they banned those players. That wasn't much better because people would just start using Smurf accounts. Get in quick with a level 1 account, get all that good shit, then get the fuck out. Then use a duplication glitch to get a ton more of those items. Then transfer that stuff to your main account and you're good to go. Bethesda then takes out this level 1 and calls it mission accomplished. And you've just beaten the game. So the problem continued. Bethesda is running out of ideas to solve it. There's a lot of speculation in the media and among players about how exactly people are getting in, but no one except for the exploiters knows for sure. That said, Bethesda needs to act fast before it ruins the economy of the game. So they wrote another email and sent it out to the Smurfs. Hello, cheater. Do you want to tell us how you did it and we might unban you, please? Should we not hear back from you, the account will simply remain suspended. It's not known whether this approach worked, but from what I've seen, it's still possible to get into the dev room. November 22nd, 2018. Just a week after the release, the game goes on discount. From $60 to $40, to $35, to $30. You can find it for $15 on eBay, and in Germany they're straight up giving it for free when you buy a PlayStation controller. Also, some stores are just zip tying it to other products. But to Bethesda, it's worth selling the thing at a price close to zero, because it brings people into the atomic shop, which is where the real margins are, and it inflates the poor sales figures. Let's have a look at those. The latest figures show 76 sold less than a sixth of what Fallout 4 did. Not good. There's also been a massive oversupply of hard copies. Although what's the point of a hard copy when the thing is just a cardboard disc telling you to redeem an online code? And while sales are low, returns are high. Immediately upon release, people began asking Bethesda for a refund. 76 is not on Steam, it's on Bethesda's own platform, so they have all the control. If players only played the game for a few hours, then generally they'd get their money back. However, it came out that people were sometimes getting refunds after a full 24 hours of play. Quite generous. But then word about this spread to forums. Then to Reddit, and a post got 12,500 upvotes informing people that this made pretty much everyone eligible for a refund, and the comments told them exactly how to do it. Bethesda was flooded with requests for refunds. And their response? Shut it down, lads. No one gets a refund now. Everyone go home. Show's over. Robot customer service man engage.
Customers who have downloaded the game are not eligible for a refund. We apologize for the inconvenience. Die.
A few things followed. First, people got mad. One hardcore gamer even trashed a GameStop for refusing his refund.
Thank you for calling GameStop. This is Brian. How can I help you?
A bit of an overreaction, but probably also fake. Second, the media. And third, a class action lawsuit. Their inconsistent refund policy and terms of service may not be strictly legal. November 27th, 2018. Miglaccio and Rathod LLP filed a class action suit on behalf of customers. Media quickly picked up on that. Their main argument is that it's a sometimes unplayable game owing to its technical problems, then they're refusing refunds, and that Bethesda is engaged in a strategy to release it anyway and then slowly patch their way into a more playable state. Updates on this lawsuit are slow, so I'll keep you informed on the second channel. Ad time. Look, there's a meteor headed straight to Earth. Oh my god. During the sign-up process to get the first 30 days free, then cancel any time. Wink. Please, look, I need sponsors. I bought a lifetime supply of toilet paper thinking I was saving money, but then I left it out in the rain and the crows got it, and now I'm back to square one. Please. curiositystream.com/internet story. Ads over. Let's rewind a little bit. Fallout fans made their pre-orders, and the most dedicated pre-ordered the Power Armor Edition. Wow. It came with a helmet, box, map, army toys, and a genuine West Tech canvas bag. Fast forward to the release, and customers noticed that their precious bags, which are supposed to be made of the finest canvas in the land,
Oh, I forgot about this.
look a bit different. In fact, it looks like a carry bag the real bag should come in. Did they really just advertise one thing and deliver another? You can't do that. So there was a surge of backlash, and people began emailing Bethesda, asking for refunds, asking for answers. By this point, customer service is absolutely over it. They are done with the facade, and they send this email in response.
Hello. We are sorry that you aren't happy with the bag. The bag shown in the media was a prototype and was too expensive to make. We aren't planning on doing anything about it.
That's the whole email. Staff at Bethesda aren't even hiding their contempt anymore. Naturally, the internet goes wild.
Are you fucking kidding me? Wow. Wow. Well, I got so mad, I shaved everything off my face.
Okay guys, this is a bit of a PR nightmare. We have to quell the outrage. What do? Well, we've got this in-game currency. Let's just give them the minimum amount of that. Fantastic idea. Hear ye, hear ye. Anyone who paid $200 to $300 for the Power Armor Edition is hereby entitled to $5 worth of in-game currency that you'll be able to spend with us. 500 atoms? Fuck yeah! What are you gonna do with your atoms? I'm gonna buy 5/18 of the white paint version of the Power Armor.
Oh my gosh.
Light wood laminate, light wood laminate, light wood laminate. Fuck the bag. He's right. Fuck the bag. Light wood laminate, light wood laminate, light wood laminate, light wood laminate, light wood. Of course, this was Bethesda's fantasy of what would happen. What really happened is further outrage, and even the media started piling on.
Almost heaven. West Virginia.
I like how they keep coming back to that, to different versions of that song.
It even became part of that class action lawsuit from earlier. Bethesda put out a tweet apologizing for their curt customer service and gave a different excuse for why they didn't make the bags. A shortage of material, apparently. That was quickly debunked. Because it turns out they did make the canvas bag, except they gave them all out to influencers. Oh dear. It's not the same one, of course, but it's sourced from that ever-scarce material, canvas. But what's more amusing is that it turns out there is a canvas bag in the game. If you don the postman's outfit, which of course can be found at the Atom Shop, for 700 atoms. Ooh, just short. Well, the bleating from the online community continued, and Bethesda's lawyers realized there would be trouble, so they decided to capitulate. Alright, fine. We'll make your precious fucking bag. If you want to claim it, you'll have to fill out this form with your name, personal details, address, etc., etc. And we'll ship out the bag to you in 4 to 6 months. But it doesn't quite end there. Because Bethesda is known for bugs, and of course their website is a buggy mess too. Turns out all of the customer support inquiries are unsecure and open to the public. In fact, people can open and close and change them at will. Listed are details of full legal names, phone numbers, home addresses, and more. If you've requested your canvas bag, you've just been doxxed. Whee! Not knowing how to immediately fix the problem, Bethesda panics and temporarily shuts down the whole website. And that is the tale of the duffel kerfuffle. How could this have been so difficult? They made one for New Vegas. One last piece of merch, a rum drink, Nuka-Cola Dark. Pre-orders available in September. Shipped out on November 14th, $80 plus postage and handling. Not cheap, but in return you got a very cool bootle. Looks good on the shelf. A great conversation piece with the family over Thanksgiving. Or at least it would have been. November 14th came and went, and there was no rum. Okay. A week later, on November 21st, an email comes through. There's a delay. Things aren't up to the usual Fallout standard, they say. The usual Fallout standard. All of this just works. Things aren't up to the usual Fallout standard. So we'll have it for you soon. No specific date given.
1 week later.
Nothing. Then on December 5th, another email. Good news. We start shipping on December 12th. It's been nearly 3 months since you pre-ordered, but as a show of good faith, we made this promotional video for you. And this is where things went from tardy to retardy. Right there. Did you catch that? That's just a regular industry bottle and a plastic shell.
Oh my gosh.
We paid $80 and waited a quarter of a year for a plastic shell?
Oh my gosh.
People were not happy. Look at that ratio. Nothing in the marketing said that it was a plastic shell. Super premium, we were promised. And the media agreed. People began cancelling their orders. Silver Screen tries to convince people that it's not cheap and shitty. It actually costs us twice as much to make the plastic one than the glass one. Then what the fuck? We spent 100 hours coding the design. Convincing stuff. So it arrives, just a few days before Christmas. The rum is about the quality you'd expect.
I swear on this, it's my own show.
Worse is the design. The oversized lip means liquid can pour inside the shell.
Hard to pour because how they made this damn thing. Spilled like half the shot.
Very dribbly.
So you're best off opening the whole thing up to prevent spilling. If you do that, there's a good chance that you'll snap the flimsy plastic. Any liquid will immediately ruin this cheap paper sticker. Some made their own at home and the quality was about on par. So look, if you do want a decent version, there are reputable sellers of them. They're on Etsy. They're far cheaper and they actually give a shit. Not gonna lie though, some of the memes that came out of this were pretty good. Now, many claim that this was an honest mistake.
Sorry.
Or that customers were at fault for misinterpreting ambiguous marketing. I disagree. All of the marketing shows other glass items. All of the mock-ups show something more akin to frosted glass than plastic. They give plenty of descriptions of the product too, and not once do they mention plastic. And they were engaged in a bunch of other tomfuckery as well. Before the product was even available, they flooded their own product reviews with a bunch of 5 stars. This raised some eyebrows, and people on Reddit even called them out for it, so they deleted them. You can see all this activity on the Wayback Machine. Now, if they're happy to deceive people in this way, it seems silly to give them the benefit of the doubt about the glass. It's also worth quickly talking about the Bethesda merch store. Some of these items are pretty neat. That's cool. Good idea. I'd have that. Fallout 76 pant. Singular. But why is he so mad? the photography is all just slightly off. This gaudy jacket was mocked relentlessly on social media. But does the $76 and $276 really make it more immersive? And why did they just toss it on the ground? And it comes in this crumpled up toddler body bag. You're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars in merch and you don't have an eye on? Why is she wearing the size XXL? She's clearly not happy about it. But who looked at this and said, good job, print? Now that's surprising. And what the fuck? They made the bottle properly. Yeah, one of those please, but bigger and brown. Is that so hard? Let's get back to the game. December 2018. There are 2 new patches released that caused quite a stir. First, the good. For PC, they included a number of quality of life improvements, including push to talk. But it also brought in field of view sliders. Hooray! Increased stash capacity from 400 pounds to 600 pounds, and a small buff to automatic weapons. Hooray! They decreased the carry weight of bobby pins so it no longer took up 10 to 20% of people's inventory.
I got a box of bobby pins the other week that said weigh these.
There were also upgrades to the camp that allowed for easier construction, and a bunch of bug fixes. Hooray! The bad. A whole bunch of unannounced stealth nerfs. They generally made the game grindier. Ammo production was decreased. Fusion cores burnt out faster. Legendary enemies spawned less frequently.
On guard, I'll fuck you up.
And the backlash was significant because everybody knew why Bethesda was doing it. To encourage people to use the Atomic Shop. And let's talk briefly about that store. Some of the prices are outrageous. A Christmas tree for $12, a Santa outfit for $20, blue and yellow paint for $18. Oh look, $3 for the same sweater vest and slacks item imported from Fallout 4. But the biggest offense of all was the holiday emote bundle. $24 for some Christmas themed emotes, twice the price of these games. The media agreed that these were egregious prices. But worse, they're engaged in some deceiving marketing practices too. Oh look, it's marked down half price. But it's not. It was released half price. They're artificially jacking up the price, only to then give it a fake limited time discount in order to create a sense of urgency. That's illegal, here in Australia at least, in Canada and in the EU. Reddit quickly picked up on this and pointed it out. Bethesda reacted by scrapping the discount and just setting it as the always intended price. Okay, it's been about 25 minutes of whining now, so I'm just going to leave it here. I didn't even get a chance to touch on the new pay-to-win fiasco, the new camera item that lets you teleport, dwindling player numbers. But on the flip side, they're also adding new content and improving the game over time. Heck, No Man's Sky was a surprising comeback. So, maybe Bethesda can do it too. But for now, Todd returns to cryostasis, hiding in his bunker until the bombs of outrage stop falling, and returning only when it's time to get our hopes up once again. CuriosityStream.com/internethistorian. Not many people know this, but I'm actually quite a good rap artist, rappist, if you will. So I'm going to say all these names for you from the credits as fast as I possibly can, in time with the scrolling. Here we go, one take. Just deal, Miles Millican, Justin Rowling, Steve Rizzo, Drudders, Indigo Zero, Luke Hackle, Aston.
That was quite the YouTube video. Let's see what else this guy's got. Too fancy, too furious wine. Man in cave. I think I've seen all these other ones. Okay. Love that movie. Which McGlover? Which one's that? I'm not sure. Mick Gruber. Love that movie. I don't remember. I should probably know the reference, but it's not coming to mind right now. The MacGyver parody SNL skit turned into a movie. That's great. Okay, let's see what else we got. Or actually, let's update the... here. Let's take a look. That's my other calendar. Here's this calendar. Okay, so we just got done with the script. I think it's time to exercise. So let's go ahead and do that. Let me you know what, I'm fine with it. Let me let's see what else do we need to do here. So let's do light, easy, normal, light. There we go. Recover and rebuild. Roll back. Arm and leg raises. Knee rolls. Bridges. 10 count. How do you doing around the world? Well, that looks like it's done without dumbbells. Around the world workout. No dumbbells. Okay, well, I'm not sure I can figure out how to do an around the world. All right, well, how about I do this and something else? Locked in. Core reset, velocity rush. Fuck. And the Savage Core. Okay, let's do this. Okay, so I'm gonna do my exercising, and then let's put on something to watch while we do that. We can't watch pirated software stuff. What's Gundam got? Legendary drops. This has always got some really interesting stuff in it. Let's check them out. Quarter crew. Let me pause the music. There we go.
Hey, what's up? Welcome back to another episode of Visual Effects Artists React. We are looking at some really interesting stuff today. Some examples of clips that kind of stumped us.
I can't find any flaws.
Yeah. No, like legitimately 0 flaws. Somehow we've never looked at Sin City. It's an iconic movie. I think we should break it down.
Ultraman. There's Mega Man. He's a boy. Ultraman, actually a man.
Oh, Jason! And somehow we never looked at the Honda del Sol commercial from 1991.
Somehow.
Which features some of the most clever effects you'll see.
I think I know what's going on in this shot.
This is a car commercial from the 90s well, let's see if you know how it's done. This has been sent to me a whole lot over the last week. Like multiple different people have been sending this to me a lot. And now it got posted to our subreddit, so at this point we can't ignore it anymore. Oh! It's one of those that is like, wow, deceptively complicated. What's getting me is her shadow on the ground there, and it's covering over the top of the car, but then by the end of the shot, she's now inside of it.
That transition is nuts.
Yeah.
Like, it looks so flat, and then suddenly there's people in a car. I saw something.
What'd you see?
I think I know what's going on in this shot. I think it's really simple. It's the reason it's blowing our minds is because it's flawless execution.
Yeah, it really is.
Like, there's nothing complicated going on here. There's a flat picture of a towel and a car and some actors, and then there's also a real car and some actors, and that's it. And the transition between the two just happens to be flawlessly timed and perfectly executed.
Essentially, they did this all in like a blue towel, probably. This is the 90s, so it was probably blue. They're both on the towel going through their motions. It's very precisely choreographed. They do the second shot where they actually get into the car. And I think in the
I find this stuff absolutely fascinating.
second take, there is a real car. Because at first I was like, oh, they just took the car and then they just animated it off screen. But no, you can clearly see there is some parallax, especially if you look at that strip of red above the windshield there. It does reveal their legs a little bit as it drives away. So you can tell it's actually driving off frame. And you can get that overhead shot of the real car to use as a still frame, which you would then project onto the towel at the beginning. That way it matches perfectly. You take that final shot and you make it look like it's a towel, which is basically like you lift the black values, kind of make it faded, you know?
And I think they've had the camera at least like 50 feet above the car. Feels like around somewhere at least like a 75 millimeter focal length or something like that, or maybe 50. Flatten out the car. It looks natural when it's that flat.
And they're cutting them out and lining them up with where they are on the real car, so that when she turns around, they get it mostly matched up, and then maybe do a bit of a morph as she turns around. Meanwhile, the guy who had gotten off of the towel, you see his shadow, you go around to the side, they transition away from him to the second take of him as he opens the trunk. Meanwhile, we're still seeing the flattened image of the car projected onto the towel, and then he closes the trunk. We're now seeing the real trunk, and the real car is just slowly crossfading in.
Dude, I love how they have the kids with the ball happen at the same time the trunk's happening to like totally like...
That's the red herring. That's the thing that throws you off.
Such a good touch.
And also, look at how gently they bring in the shadow from the car itself. Because obviously, based on the direction of the sun, it's going to create a pretty long shadow on its right side. Dude, it's so well done. And that's the trick for blending things nicely, is blending in certain parts at certain times, not just trying to brute force the whole thing in over time.
I can't find any flaws.
Yeah. Yeah, no, like legitimately 0 flaws. Yeah, like in context on paper, I'm like, yeah, I feel like I know how they did this, but I can't prove it. What does the description say? It doesn't say anything about it, does it? Hey, Corridor. Explain this. Well, we tried. Yeah.
Yeah.
Somehow we've never looked at this crazy movie that came out 20 years ago called Sin City.
Well, they used a green screen for this movie. That's why it's famous.
This is a Robert Rodriguez movie. There's actually an incredible 15-minute featurette about this movie that Robert Rodriguez made that's actually really worth watching. We'll link it in the description. Sin City is a series of graphic novels written by Frank Miller, and this was considered unfilmable. It's a black and white series, very heavy with the silhouette.
I'm going to mute my mic, but I would encourage you folks to follow along at home, or, you know, get up, stretch. We've been sitting in front of the computer for 6.5 hours now, so it's time to get up and move a little bit.
Wets and style, it's just dripping in style. All the blood is just white. You got all these different things. Every now and then you get splashes of color. How do you make a movie out of that? They actually used the original Sin City comics as the storyboards for the movie.
That's awesome.
Robert Rodriguez didn't want to basically adapt the movie. He wanted to translate the movie. He wanted to make specifically what was on page into film. And so to do that, he actually co-directed the movie with Frank Miller. He had to sacrifice his Directors Guild membership in order to do this.
So they wouldn't let him co-direct with someone who wasn't in the
a
DGA.
non-guild member.
And so at the time when this was made, around 2003, 2004, it was one of the first movies shot entirely on a digital camera and mostly on a green screen background. Only a few other movies at the time had really kind of done this. Robert Rodriguez, he's coming from Spy Kids fame, where he shot a lot of this stuff on a green screen, so he now has that sort of green screen studio experience. Yeah. With color movies, their color is what helps separate them from the background, but when you lose that color, he needed to edge light all of the actors to get their silhouettes to stand out when on a black background. Really heavily edge lighting them. You can put the lights wherever you want. But there's tactical use of color throughout the movie. Frank Miller was like, oh, so you're wanting to weaponize color here. You're kind of like tactically choosing when to show color, when to make the dress red, when to make the car red, when to make the blood either white, yellow, or red.
Let's go.
So it's like in the comic, this guy is covered in bandages, and because of the very unique style, it's like he's completely black as a silhouette, but the bandages stand out as white. How do you achieve something like that for real?
Oh, you would need some sort of reflective tape.
Reflective tape.
Yeah.
Is it reflective or is it fluorescent?
Fluorescent tape.
Basically, they got this fluorescent tape, and same thing for the paint there on the ground. That's not actual blood. It's not even really paint. It's fluorescent paint. I mean, I guess technically that's paint, but because they needed those bandages to show up in the shadows. They needed this stuff to show up in ways that you would have to not be able to light it. And so by having like a little bit of a black light on it, they glow. And not very much. It's not actually attributing any more light to the rest of the shot. And the bandages themselves aren't emitting light. It's not like a retroreflective thing happening. It's glowing just enough for them to take a matte out of it. So they cut out the green screen, and now they have the matte of the two actors here, and now they'll do an additional matte where they're basically color keying out the red of the tape, or the red of the paint, or the red of Elijah Wood's sunglasses. And they're able to basically isolate that stuff, add that as a separate pass to make it much more punchy. They did the same thing with the makeup on Bruce Willis's scar on his forehead. They were specifically using fluorescent makeups that would react to that black light to pop out more.
Excuse me, miss.
There was actually huge amounts of schedule conflicts, and a lot of these actors that share scenes together never actually filmed together. They shot Brittany Murphy's scenes in a single day. They used him as an eye line, essentially. Robert Rodriguez also edited this movie, so he was able to keep track of everyone's sort of schedule, and like he was shooting with Clive Owen on a day, shooting with Jessica Alba on a separate day, shooting with all these different actors on different days, and he was able to keep track of it all because he knew what the movie had to be.
So much to keep track of. That's so much to juggle.
I'm speeding.
The last thing I thought that was really interesting about this featurette was how they filmed the red car, because they have this sweeping shot that starts behind the car and then it goes around to the front of the car. And to get a shot like that on a green screen, you have to have a full 360 green screen. So how would you actually shoot the car?
It's a car. It's sitting still. They got a crane. They move it.
Set up another green screen and just wheel it in.
You guys really don't know this one. I thought you would get this one right away.
Because they didn't have a big enough green screen?
Yeah.
They didn't have a big enough. Okay, let's watch it again.
So assuming that a little green screen, how would you do it? Okay. Maybe it's a motion control situation where you film half of the shot one way and half of the shot the other way?
Did they just roto it? Did they just brute force it? No.
Oh, they moved the car.
Oh, yeah.
They just rotate the car. Whoa.
That's kind of fun.
That is
right?
fun.
I thought that was a fun shot.
That is really, really fun. I'm thinking you need to solve for the motion of the camera. So I wouldn't think that moving the object would be the solution, because then you got to account for that in the solving of the camera, which would be annoying.
Except The world is based around the motion of the car. So you just track the car.
Yeah, you're right.
You're so right. You would just track the car.
Because you're assuming the car is just going straight down the road and the world is moving around the car.
Oh yeah, you're totally right.
I thought that was a real fun fact of a shot.
That is. That's cool though, really cool.
So this I thought was a pretty fun effect here. This is the sort of effect that we would do. Did you notice anything about her getting hit in the face with the blood?
Yeah, it feels like they're manipulating it.
She doesn't blink. Apparently, we've never really seen that in any samurai movie before, anytime they get hit in the face, because it's a natural human instinct to blink and flinch when your face gets hit with something. If you wanted to get this shot, how would you film this?
To me, it looked like there was a jump cut of some kind going on, and it felt like it could just be a later portion. Like she flinched and then she rebalanced herself, and they just cut out the flinch part.
So they filmed the first plate with her just standing there, looking stoic, right? Eyes open. And then they've had her close her eyes, and then they blasted her. So it was just one shot with two actions, essentially, and they take both those actions and overlay them.
And they take the blood, yeah. Because they do. She does have like a little twitch in her right eye, which is interesting.
This was supposed to be the beginning of a really cool creative wave of filmmaking, and it kind of just turned into a crutch for filmmakers to decide big decisions later. It's like, this is an example of a studio green screen set being used with intent.
Maybe we've looked at Ultraman, I don't even know, but the point is that someone recommended on our subreddit to take a look at the newest series, and it's crazy.
Whoa! So that's scaling. Everything scales with the same scaling, except for him at the back. He has proper parallax.
There's a little behind the scenes that they released for the sequence too, which is fun to watch.
Did they cut it? Look, yeah.
Oh, it is, okay. That makes sense
That
then.
was the fist was a transition there, did you see that?
So the opening shot with the camera pulling out was practical.
Yeah,
but then before the camera pushes back in, that becomes a whole digital shot, which is why the scaling doesn't work on the way back in, but it does on the way out.
So there's a lot to take in. This is a 3-minute sequence I want to watch.
Whoa! I'm looking at a bunch of like foreground miniature work, some miniature buildings, some cars. That looks like some real dust, some real smoke there.
Wait a second, what's going on with those cars?
Yeah, that's what I was
Hold
looking
on,
at.
wait a second. There's a big car and then the little tiny Prius.
Wait, wait, what the heck? Is that supposed to signify like distance, like the one on the left is closer?
Maybe they're doing forced perspective with the cars there.
I think they're trying to do forced perspective, and I don't really think it's working.
It's like implied perspective.
Implied perspective, yeah.
Yeah, it's probably because like the set they're using is only like this wide and they have to put all those cars there. So it's like, how do we make it look like the cars in the foreground are a lot closer? Let's make them bigger. I mean, it does kind of work. I'm mostly just looking at the fog.
Yeah, that's really cool. Oh, that's fun.
Whoa.
How fun.
Right?
Wait, dude, those people added in was pretty nice.
Yeah.
Because the whole set is miniature there. So it's like green screen people on a miniature little Barbie doll house. They actually match pretty well into the shot.
Yeah, seriously.
It's mostly just like an up and down camera move, so the parallax you're getting is vertical, and that's harder to sort of make look bad.
With a person flailing and like moving around, you kind of lose sense of perspective anyway.
Yeah.
So you can get away with a lot.
Absolutely. I like how they added the reflection of Ultraman on like the skylights.
It's just his reflection, I think.
Oh wait, I forget that this is a miniature.
Yes, this is not. There's
Duh.
Oh yeah, he's out there. I forgot that too.
No, it's literally just, everything's real except the people, the cracks in the screen.
Yeah, that's why we're getting his reflection on the cars as well.
Yeah, isn't that great?
Oh, hey, look at that.
That was sick.
That's pretty fun.
He's definitely hitting some sort of like foam block building that's just basically a House of Cards type situation, so it easily breaks apart and falls down.
Oh, they're pre-scoring the building for the, there it is.
Oh, look at that. Taking the hit.
Some internal sparks in there, but it looks like they're also adding little cups of flour and dust sitting on a little charge so that when it blows up, it disperses it.
It looks sweet. It's fun.
It really does.
Whoa!
Whoa,
Uh-oh.
oh, hell yeah.
Yo!
There's a lot happening. happening. There's a lot happening right now.
There's nothing sicker than slicing something and then a beat happens and then it either explodes or gets cut in half.
Yeah.
You know? Like the delayed slice.
I like how they do a cut to a black frame. Like, 'cause it's a whole super bright shot, but then for just a single frame, they cut to like a black inverted image of it.
The last time I did that effect was on the first anime Rock, Paper, Scissors when they did the final hit. You do that flash inverted frame to just make it feel like there's this dramatic exposure shift happening.
Another element they're borrowing from anime is this really intense, distorted camera angle.
Oh, whoa, comping 2 shots together. Interesting. And they even got more wide angle close.
Super wide angle sword to make it seem even cooler and also so it can like disappear.
That's awesome. That's a great idea.
Peace.
Go.
Wait a second, forgot my keys.
Oh.
All right,
What's interesting though is like there's a lot of stuff that looks really, really good. And then like simple things like adding a Bezier handle to an animation. Like just very, very simple things are like sometimes skipped.
Yeah, and I think that kind of stuff would make it feel a lot better. Like the show is already like so expressive with like the visual effects and all the motion and stuff like that. And there's like a lot of impact, but I feel like you're right. It's just that the curvature of your keyframes and stuff would just make it that much more satisfying.
Speed graphs.
Often when we see stuff like this, it's hard to kind of like let go of some of the VFX elitism and just kind of enjoy things.
Hey guys, I don't know what to look at next. Leave a comment down below and I will pick one at random and we will look at it.
Yeah.
Okay, so I want to take a look at this French movie called Bastion 36. There's a couple interesting CG cars and I want to get your guys' opinions on it.
Wait, there's CG cars?
Yeah.
Hold on, is that a spoiler? Huh, I get it.
You get it?
No, I get it, yeah.
What do you get?
I get it too.
You get it too?
Well, I get what he gets, but he'll start.
Neither one of you want to talk?
No, I don't get it.
Oh, I don't want to.
I don't get it.
I just feel bad, like, having to tell people what's going on here. I just felt bad having to say that none of the rain was real.
Whoa. What we're watching is a scene entirely shot without rain.
Yes, it's done really well.
It is done really well.
But it's also just torture.
A couple shots, they spritz the actor with water, and that's about it.
But what about the roads and stuff?
All the roads
bone
are
dry?
Bone dry.
Wow, that's a huge undertaking.
Like tracking the car so that you can get the curvature of the raindrops going around the surface of the vehicle.
Oh, dude.
Simulating the car tires going through the water.
Oh, God. I just feel bad.
Sam, don't feel bad. Feel good that we're exposing this work so that the people who grinded to a nub can be celebrated.
But like, look at, one of the coolest things I think they nailed is how the atmosphericness as it goes into the distance. The compositor's job to not only match the rain into the shot, but add in those atmospherics. Bring up the dark black values of the shot itself to make it look like it's faded out like it really does in a rainstorm.
The way the rain is caught in the headlights too. Like the way it's like slightly illuminated in a radius around the headlights.
Yeah. And they added the reflection of the car in the water, the blue car there.
See, that's the thing. Yeah, all the reflections. That was what I first thought about.
Like, I'm okay for taking like rain wide 03 and dropping that over your footage. And then like, I'm even cool with like taking, you know, rain on windshield 02 in doing that. But the moment we're talking about like, oh, sir, also I would like you to regenerate the scene for reflections on the ground.
Yeah. Because the ground is now reflective. You have to have it, otherwise it looks weird.
That's where I'm just
dude, you have to have it, and it needs to show, at least attempt to show, a different perspective of the car, because it's a reflection of the underneath. So it's not like you can just flip the footage over and go, all right, that's it. Like, you have to curate every single reflection.
Yeah. Look at that right there. Look at how realistic the rain looks in this shot right here.
That looks very good.
That heavy rain.
The VFX industry needs this though. We need these kind of jobs. This is like a real honest VFX guy job.
See, work like this, it keeps spirits low, but it keeps families fed.
So we have the VFX Hall of Fame, obviously, which, you know, we constantly give out the awards, but I feel like there's like
Hall of Pain, dude. Hall of Pain.
Hall of Pain.
There's the Hall of Fame and the Hall of Pain.
I feel like right now the guy who rotoscoped the individual strands of hair is, you know, he's the king of the realm.
Yeah.
He's the king of pain. But this is like a close tie.
Well done, CGEV VFX. Well done.
That was a fun episode.
That was fun.
Thanks everyone for watching. We'll see you next week. All right, bye everyone.
Bye-bye.
about halfway done with the workout, and we'll relax after this.
Hey, what's up? We're the Bunkin' Bros, and we're back today to show you some AI scams that are infiltrating your feed, but you don't know how to spot it? Well, guess what? We're gonna tell you exactly what to look for in today's episode of Debunking.
Guys, check this out. This one, oh my God, was so good. I was just browsing my feed one day and someone said what I ordered versus what I got, and I immediately saw, wait a second, that's another Midjourney AI image on a storefront.
AI image, AI video.
And they even have AI image to video on there. The last time we showed you guys storefronts that are items that don't exist at all, but look at this. This is actually a real store where if you buy this, you will receive something.
Okay. What do you get?
Yeah, what do you get? Because these look very intense.
You get...
Oh, it's printed!
No! It's freaking, it's printed on it!
Wow, they just printed the AI image on the shirt.
We have the shirt at home.
Yeah.
The shirt at home.
So yeah, you're looking at a picture, you want to tell if it's AI because these look pretty realistic. So what do you look for? Here's some things that you can do to tell if something's AI. The first thing to do is to pick a skinny line anywhere in the image and try to trace it and follow it, especially along the patterns. The more you look at these lines, they start to not really make sense. They break up and they become like embedded in themselves. It's really ugly. Also, because AI image generators are basically replicating little parts of image patterns, notice how the braided knots on her shirt become almost the same texture as her hair. Because like, once again, it's like the same way we work as artists when you're like putting down little blobs of ink and paint. Bob Ross is a great example. Like the way he scratches the brush on the canvas, it's like, oh, those are tree branches, those are waves. In reality, they're just paint blobs, but they're shaped a certain way to give you a mental cue as to what they are.
Yeah.
And AI images are doing the exact same thing.
There's so many red flags before you even, get your product here, which is like, $30 for a sweater like this. Like, are you kidding me? Those things are really, really hard to make. And it's so funny about this is like with like Wish and Temu and all these like drop shipping sites, like these sites exist to sell you stuff because they're sending from China, so you want to return it. It's a huge pain in the butt. It's really hard to do that. And if they send you something that's wrong and you have a problem with it, it's like, dude, you're out of luck. Anyway, so yeah, so there you go. Boom. Classic scam. Classic. So not all AI sublimation prints are bad, because I'm actually wearing one right now. So I've been making custom one-off sweet AI camo designs just because it's fun. And it's not a scam because I know what I'm getting. I'm not selling them yet, but if I were to, I might use something like Squarespace. It's today's sponsor. So if you guys are interested in starting your own website or making a shop full of designs that you've created, you should check out Squarespace, not only because they have award-winning templates, but most importantly, they have an entire integrated payment system where you can use credit cards or PayPal, Afterpay, Klarna, all sorts of ways to actually start your own little shop where you can make anything you want. And since we're on the topic of AI, we can't forget to talk about Squarespace's Fluid Engine that actually helps you design websites even faster and gets you to the results you want. It's not scammy stuff, it's cool AI, it's helpful AI. They probably trained it on a bunch of really cool websites. Isn't that sweet? And of course, they promote shops thriving and reaching the customers or audience that you're trying to. So if you're interested in creating a website, head on over to squarespace.com/CorridorCrew to get 10% off your first website or domain. Check it out. It's a great deal.
In all the ways to make money on the internet, of course you can just generate as much content as you can and just turn on that content hose and hope to get some ad hits on that content, and maybe it's not a bot. But another way to make money, a tried and true classic way to make money, is simply to scam people.
Steal it!
Oh, just simply scam them.
While I was researching the fake Keanu Reeves AI news story that picked up from our video, I got served a ton of fake AI advertisements where they would use deepfake technology and voice alteration technology to take celebrities and make it sound like they are hawking some product or making it legitimate. You know what, we'll just start playing the advertisements and you guys shout things out as it hits you. All right, Dr. Oz.
Jesus Christ.
I already don't trust anything this guy says.
Yeah, you shouldn't, but...
So,
has shown that type 2 diabetes is a direct consequence of a deficiency of a single mineral in the body.
yeah, whenever he moves his head, like the plane of his mouth kind of doesn't move.
You have a video of him talking, but his mouth is being replaced by an AI animated mouth that's being fed audio from text to speech.
That's being fed audio from text to speech.
It's been trained on his voice. And so the audio is driving the mouth animation. And you get this weird disconnect where he's moving, he's talking, he's doing things like this, but doesn't line up at all with what he's saying. They're probably using Wave2Lip, which basically just takes an audio file and animates the mouth. It's the easiest one to use in terms of like just pumping out content. Another thing to notice, he never says what it is.
John managed to find a new way to help your body recover this mineral naturally.
What is it? And now they're trying to, this is the emotional manipulation, they're hooking you in, right? They're trying to get you to stay to figure out what this thing is. So I clicked on the advertisement.
Morgan Freeman, one of Hollywood's biggest stars, struggled with type.
Oh, immediately the lips don't touch.
What a weird thing to talk about in Jimmy Kimmel. Do the loop, do you see the
freaking loop?
I've tried absolutely everything to control my blood sugar. The medications only gave me side effects.
Okay, all right. Oh my God. That's him at his lowest.
Get him all mummied up.
I might turn into a mummy.
It's completely true and scientifically based.
Wait, this is real now.
Now we get real actual scammers showing their faces.
I like how they still have the ad bar playing at the bottom. Admiral ad bar.
The ad bar at the bottom is such a dirty trick. So if we go back to the beginning of this, watch how fast that progress bar moves at the beginning. Oh, it's like a 30-second long video. As the video plays, it slows down more and more and more.
Oh, that's dirty.
It's so dirty.
But it'll get close and never actually reach.
Have you noticed they still haven't told you what the product is? They're still like hooking you along a little bit. Because the more time you spend watching an advertisement, the more like committed you feel to having to like buy the advertisement to make it feel like your time was worthwhile. That progress bar is slowing on down to a crawl. It's barely even moving now. What they're selling here is fake diabetes medicine. It's text-to-speech, it's Wave2Lip, which is not really the best way to fake stuff these days. There's better ways to fake stuff, which I will show you in this video. So after I found that fake diabetes medicine, this advertisement popped up. This one's kind of crazy.
Oh man, is this the same day?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So this one started off with a priest, clearly targeting a certain demographic of people. Not religious people, but like old people, right? And they're doing Wave2Lip, and they're using text-to-speech. Now check this out.
If today you need to pay a bill, settle a debt, or simply would like more money in your life, the 60-second prayer will help you.
Oh my God.
Oh, I just hit the jackpot, baby.
Just to let you understand the power of this prayer, it has been hidden from you for years. Because this is the secret of the rich to get so much money.
Pause. This is the craziest advertisement. Like, it's a pitch for a magic prayer. I'm very excited to find out how we need to give them money to receive this prayer.
He won't tell you it here in the video, of course. And click.
Wait a second. These are, look, the website is forming the same way. Like, it's so obvious that these are both operating in the same shack.
Yeah, they all went to the same scam school.
God is about to completely transform your life and gift you with an
Okay. How do I give you my money? I want the prayer.
Raise your hands and give thanks.
Now
God
it sounds
is about
like
to
AI
completely
voice.
transform your life. Look, you've a
How did you fast forward it?
I recorded the whole thing and then fast forwarded it in DaVinci. Do you guys want to know how?
Oh my God, this is just like the hose. You're in this deep dungeon, and then like there's these robotic overlords with a slurry hose, and then like this is gray, gross slurry is just like pouring onto you.
How long do you guys think this advertisement went on for?
Half hour.
Half hour. It was 30 minutes long.
What?
Yes, I'm sitting there like,
What's
I need to
the
do
game
some work.
behind making an ad that long?
She doesn't tell you. The whole time she's like, wouldn't it be great to have a thing that would bring us so much money? And they repeat that over and over and over again for like 25 minutes, like brainwashing.
This is so weird. It's so weird.
I think this was edited by ChatGPT. Money, Jesus, women, money, Jesus. Happy, money, money, money.
I can't take it.
Power, clothes, vacation, people, friends.
Okay, guys, this is actual brain rot. This is actually what brain rot is. Anyone who says brain rot is something else.
Without charging a single cent for it.
We're getting to it, guys.
And I also pay for servers to be able to send you access to the Magic Temple. Not to mention the support team salary, which will be available 24 hours a day to answer your questions. So in the end, this costs me money. That's why until I find someone or some company willing to sponsor these costs, I'm forced to charge a small fee to send you the magic prayer and access to the temple.
There we go.
So even though this magic prayer brings you wealth and riches, she can't afford to run the website, so you need to pay a little bit of money to get the magic prayer that gives them the money.
She should just use the magic prayer to pay for the servers.
Will be able to receive their access for the symbolic amount, $59.
What a fucking deal.
And then the button appears. You have to wait until then.
To cart.
So they get you first to the priest. Anytime people are taking real footage or real video of somebody and manipulating it later on, look for the crispness of the teeth.
They're always so blurry. Why are the teeth always so blurry?
Look how crisp his eyes are.
It was that way in frickin' Alien Romulus as well.
Yeah, seriously. If a Hollywood movie has blurry teeth, scammers aren't going to do much better. So the thing is, a lot of the tools that the scammers are using here are also really useful tools. Being able to do wave to lip to say, have a translation of a show and have it be in another language is actually really useful. We're in this area where we see tools that can be used for good or evil. And it's up to us to choose the right thing to do with them.
We're actually making an extended version of this episode on quarterdigital.com. We had a lot more fun stuff that we're looking at.
How many people do you think are watching this?
Oh my God. It was a good time, and you can have a good time with us over there. But here on YouTube, we're gonna get back to it.
You guys might remember, I took a voice sample from you, and I took a video sample from you.
Yeah.
You guys are familiar with Sam and Ren. You know how they move, you know how they talk. So let's take a look at a video where I've manipulated them. So first, here's a still picture of Ren. I'm gonna take this photo, I'm gonna bring it to life. So here's me capturing a video of my face. And now here's Ren doing all the same expressions.
Oh, he ages so much.
Yeah, let's say, why did he become old man?
The motion's good though.
Yeah.
His face is getting slowly squished over time, but
all right, here's Sam eating his lunch.
Did it replace his whole head?
I kind of got cuter.
It made your cheeks like a little rosier. And then I'm taking my voice and I am translating my voice into Sam and Ren's voice.
I just want to tell you I have a special secret way for you to make money. And it makes you rich, and it made me rich, and it made lots of people rich.
I'm here to tell you about the special nutritional supplement along with a magic prayer that can make you lots of money and cure any disease that you have and lots of other things, whatever it is that...
This one works better than Ren's for some reason.
Yeah, my head is small. Wait, so it's generating my entire head, not just the face, because when you're doing a deep fake, it's just doing this part of the face, and that's it.
That's it.
That is the whole head.
Yep. That lets me speak and have emotions and have natural human cadences and have that become their voice, which is kind of crazy.
And it makes you rich, and it made me rich.
And you know, the lip sync is a little...
All right, all done with the workout. We'll go ahead and finish this video, and then maybe we do some gaming, or maybe I just take it easy. We'll finish this video, and then I'll review everything I did on the live stream today, and then we'll figure out what the next steps are and plan for tomorrow.
A little weird, the mouth animation's a little bit weird, but because we know how these guys talk, and they don't talk like me. I guess I talk like this a lot, but if you didn't know them, you might not see that as clearly. Also, it's on the internet, so it's blurry, it's compressed. It's a weird, wacky world we're going into.
Now, we've gathered a lot of really cool clips, but we know you're out there finding stuff too. Let us know if you find anything. Send it over to debunk@corridordigital.com. Brad Pitt, Hollywood's most handsome man. He wants to be your boyfriend. Recently, a woman was scammed out of an exorbitant amount of money by Nigerian scammers pretending to be Brad Pitt. We're talking about $850,000 she sent them. It all starts with Brad Pitt hitting you up on social media some way and saying, hey, I like you, I'm interested in you. And then it elevates to, you know what? I'm gonna send you some gifts, some very expensive gifts. And then, oh, now there's a problem with the gifts. They're in customs. They need money to release the gifts. And then it escalates to now I'm in the hospital and I have medical expenses you have to pay for. And the way they were doing it, though, was eventually with doctored images and then AI video. So these are an example of some of the images that were sent to her.
Yeah, these are just photoshops.
That one in the top right? You got the freaking 1930s pajamas on?
Dude, the bottom right's also hilarious.
Bottom right? I know.
This is crazy.
Look at the text. I love you so much, my wife.
Yeah.
But yeah, so the reason she thought that she needed to send him money is because he said that Angelina Jolie, quote unquote, froze his bank accounts. And so she had no choice but to do
Gosh
it.
darn Jolie.
But then what happens is that news articles start coming about Brad Pitt actually entering like a relationship with like another model. So the woman starts to get suspicious. The scammers, in response, created a news segment using AI voice and wave to lip to convince her that Brad Pitt released a statement about his new relationship and that this other woman was still his true love. So there's definitely a lot of speculation because a lot of the actual stuff that she was sent isn't released. Given the like account that she's given and stuff, it's like, honestly, she was just tricked with text messages, Photoshop images, and then at the very end, the Hail Mary was the AI wave to lip news source.
What's interesting about this is that like the Brad Pitt scams have been going on since way before AI video was ever a thing.
Yeah.
It just goes to show that like there's always a market for people who can get scammed. The last time we were on this show, we were talking about the wildfires here in LA, and a lot of people were creating these AI videos of like the Hollywood sign on fire and stuff like that. And we're talking about what fire actually looks like. Well, there's a moment there when we actually pulled B-roll from a website called Storyblocks. We use it all the time. I actually love this site. We're using it as an example of what real fire should look like. But we discovered after having downloaded that video file, it was actually an AI-generated video of a wildfire. It wasn't real.
There's like a volcano splatter.
There's a volcano splatter coming in. Ready for it? So then we started diving deeper and realized that like this user on Storyblocks, everything they've been uploading for a while now is all just AI video, and it's all relatively high quality too.
Yeah, it is.
It's not bad, but like it definitely, that fire scale is way off.
See, that's the thing. AI can never get the scale of fire correct.
Maybe if
that one actually is pretty convincing. That clip I might honestly not think much of if it's shown in the right context.
And see, that's the thing. I would have no problem using any of these assets in a context that is like, oh, I just need some generic B-roll to kind of illustrate a point I'm making. But if I'm trying to show you how real fire looks, but then I use an example that is not real, that is disingenuous. Other stock websites, such as Adobe Stock, they actually have little signs that clarify whether or not it is AI generated. It's generated with AI. Editorial use must not be misleading or deceptive. See, that's the thing about Storyblocks, though, is that there's no indicator on any videos on Storyblocks to indicate whether or not it is real or generated.
I'm curious, how on Storyblocks these days, how much is AI?
Ooh, that one looks like AI.
That kind of does.
Yeah, that's AI. Look at the smoke in the background.
Yep. It's like,
Yeah,
I can't
that's
tell if it's
definitely
fire
AI.
or smoke. That's, I think it's animation.
Those are 2D like After Effects particle systems or something going on there.
Interesting. So yeah, that's interesting to point out, like, there are a lot of artificial videos here that aren't AI video. It's just CG animation.
And there's a lot of AI. In fact, I would say right now it looks like at least half is AI.
Yeah, how do you guys feel about CGI videos? Do you think those need to be disclosed?
Ultimately, you're right. For the people who are discerning with this kind of stuff, I mean, there's a transaction. You are giving them money. You want to make sure the product matches your specifications. Somewhere within these, they do need to mention, is this real? Is this CGI? Is this AI? Because ultimately, that is going to matter to a lot of people.
We'd love to keep making more of these episodes. If you like it, please leave some comments, telling us what you'd like us to look at, like any specific types of AI video or scams or other things out there that are manipulative, any crazy news stories that caught your interest, please let us know.
Thanks for watching, everyone. Remember, debunk at CordoDigital.com, and we'll see you in the next episode.
Okay. How you folks doing? We're back from the workout. Did anybody in chat do a couple of push-ups, or did you at least get up and stretch? I'm gonna say that you should do that. I'm not gonna force you. I want you to do it on your own, which is why I'm doing it. And you gotta get up and move around. If I don't, I've got to exercise every day, and I got to do something like that every day, because just sitting in a chair for 8 hours typing on the keyboard, it just creates stress and some anxiety build up, and doing the exercises and getting the blood flowing, gets those endorphins pumping, and it helps kind of counteract and deal with all that stress. So I know I'll sleep a lot better tonight because we had some exercising. I'm still pretty, had a good workout, what was it, yesterday, and I was really shaky today. It was really, really hard for me to stay, smooth in my movements. But that just goes to show I'm tired, and I'm working on building my strength back up. Okay. Anybody in the chat? Let's see, what else could we do? Well, I guess, that's right, I said we were going to review everything that got done today, so let's check that out. Let's pull this over here. Okay. Just finished my. Oh, good, Phoebus. I'm really glad to see you, man. I figured I was just getting ready to send you a message, because I figured you were super busy today and just didn't get a chance to pop in, or you would have said something. So I hope you had a productive day. It sounds like it was stressful. Oh, that's cool, New Fever. Thanks for, yeah. It's good to hear that you folks are around. Sometimes I feel like I'm. It's hard to not feel like you're just talking to yourself the whole time, and it's really good to know that there's folks in chat that I'm communicating with, and I'm also trying to get better at the live stream hosting thing so I can better interact with you folks and not just hyper focus on the project. I got to talk about what I'm doing, why I'm doing it, that kind of stuff. So let's review what got done today. No, Phoebus, you have mod for a reason. You've got mod because I trust your judgment explicitly. All right, so just lurking at times, yeah. All right, so today, and I'm going to review each day like this because I need to hold myself accountable, and I think by explaining what I'm doing to you folks, that can be a way of me doing that. So I did get up early this morning, and I had breakfast, and then I went back to bed for about an hour or an hour and a half, and then the weed whackers and the lawn crew started getting going, and then somebody was like testing a PA speaker, so I just ended up getting up at 9, and I got the beard trimmed. It looks a lot better. Phoebus sent a link the other day. Phoebus is to be commended. He sent me an article that had about like 100 different professional looking beard styles. And I like how this turned out. It's still nice and thick. It's a good size, but it's not like ridiculous. In fact, I got them before and afters. So this is where we were. I do feel like I look a lot better. I feel like I look a lot more professional. Thanks, Phoebus. So I got showered, got dressed, gave myself my hormone shot, and then I reached out. Let's see if he replied back today. Where's my... Oh, it's over here. Some bitch never got back to me. Well, I'll call his ass tomorrow. Okay. All right, and then so I got back in touch with that guy. It's too bad he just didn't get in touch. He didn't follow up, so I followed up with him. And then I didn't file my unemployment stuff in time, and like I basically had to reopen my unemployment thing, and then they told me that on 5/15 I can claim again, and to claim I need to have I need to have applied to at least 5 different jobs that week. So I'm doing that. I'm doing more than that, like we talked about earlier. And then I reached out to another staffing agency and uploaded my resume and picked up a couple jobs. So I'm just going to continue to do that a little bit each day, and I'm doing everything I can there. And I know that the unemployment stuff I'll fill that out correctly, and I'll start getting unemployment, so I won't be as fucking stressed out that I'm losing so much money. And we got a lot of script writing done today. I really like the way this turned out. It's something that like I could, I'm kind of just showcasing things through project management lens, because I've been doing project management for the last 7 years. At my last job, I got pretty good at it. And then I use that methodology to track my own projects, and it helps me stay organized and helps me stay sane. And this is more, I feel like it's a lot more educational than rage bait or just complaining, oh, this sucked, we hope they'll do better next time. No, it actually it talks about waterfall, where it came from, explains the Gantt chart, starts to explain the drawbacks of waterfall, recognizing waterfall in the wild, right? So, because waterfall is just not the way for a game to be launched these days. I mean, think about Cyberpunk 2077, right? And then we talk about Agile and its principles, and how Baldur's Gate 3 was a huge success because it was in early access for 3 years, and because they worked very closely with the people that were providing feedback. It launched with a lot of polish, and they launched a complete product, and then they continued to iterate on it. And it is the success story that we should hold up as an example of software development, especially game development, done correct, and they are to be commended. We're not dwelling on any of the negative stuff. We're just pulling it up as an example. Then we're talking about Kanban, and I'll show how we use the Kanban for the Star Wars project. So we'll show some of my Kanban boards. And we talk about work in progress, pull-based flow, and then we talk about Scrum. And it's very educational. We'll talk about product owner, Scrum Master, development team, sprint planning, stand-up, sprint review, all this kind of stuff. Talk about hybrid models. Most hybrid models I've seen just simply haven't worked, because like Scrum in and of itself is already a system. And if you only use pieces of that system, then you're not getting the whole output. At least that's been my observation. Then we talk about post bandwidth. We have unprecedented amounts of communication. We don't. It's not the 1970s anymore. We don't have to like get something 75% of the way through and then have a focus group test it. We don't have to do that anymore. That's what I'm doing with y'all. I'm gonna. We talk about Kickstarter early access, broken promises. Talks about Baldur's Gate 3 doing a good job again. When Agile becomes a buzzword, Agile can definitely be misunderstood or misappropriated. And people can just throw project management terms out there, but too often it's used as like a smoke screen because they're not following the process correctly. And then I call for a new model, which is based on transparency, and I think I do a good job of setting, what that should look like. And like, again, we have all this technology. I can live stream myself working on the projects every day. And people can just show up to the live stream and see that the work is getting done and what's up next. And when we're getting close to being able to ship a minimum viable product. So a minimum viable product would be, let me get the movement system done in Project Veilwalker. And then people can, once I think the movement system is done, then we can have everybody test it and give feedback. And then I'll iterate and make adjustments on it. And then the moment the combat's all set, then we'll have to start, not the combat. And then once the movement's all set, then it probably would make sense to focus on the combat. Really would, because the movement and the combat are the bread and butter of the game. And there is that cool materials project that I want to do where the wood can burn and take damage and all that. But is doing that, I mean, I feel like locking in the game, the movement and the combat is probably what's going to get everybody to go, oh, okay, yeah, you've got something there. Now fill in the rest of the stuff. I think that, and then that way I have a working prototype, and then we can see what type of fundraising can be done from there. But the point is, it's not. There's a working prototype. Work is being done. It's not a Kickstarter where there's no working prototype and it's just a slide deck or whatever. And then the call to action. Come join me. Let's become a Patreon member. Yeah. Oh, Phoebus, I'm sorry those folks didn't get back to you, man. I have my gripes about the medical system too, man. If there's anything I can do to help you in any way, either navigate that, or if there's anything, just let me know. I'm here for you. I did that stuff for a long time, but you're perfectly capable. I don't even need you think. I don't even think you need my help. But if there's anything I can do, let me know. Yeah, and then we end with, hey, come follow me. Here's the projects that are being worked on. Watch the future. The future's not going to build itself. Okay, cool, Phoebus. Good, Phoebus. I'm happy to hear that. That's what matters. As long as you got that one good one, that one good job interview, that one good job application, that one good doctor. That's all you need. So Phoebus, I think this is going to be the nice video that goes along with Skyrim. So I think this is it. I think this does a good job of kind of introducing things, and I can bring up, it just educates the viewer. Provides examples, doesn't dwell on negativity, and then offers a path for improvement, a proven path to improvement. It's not like I'm reinventing the wheel with Scrum or Kanban or Agile. The system already exists, just apply it correctly. And then, call to action. So I think that, so I'll launch the Skyrim music video and this thing along with it. And that should start getting some more traffic this way, hopefully. I do like the way the music video is turning out. Excuse me. Ooh. Okay, well, I'm very pleased with this. Oh, and we did the workout, so that is let's point that out too. So we were able to get the workout done. I'm going to go ahead and check this right now. No, I'm tired. I need to do that first thing in the morning. Let's do that first thing in the morning. Okay, let me go get some water real quick. I got like a dry cough here. Let me update the agenda. All right, y'all, let me get something to sip on. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm gonna sip on my soda here, and I want to explore this idea a little bit more. I want to make sure. Here, let me download this. Let's call this video essay. All right, so now that we've got the thing pretty much written, I'd say we're on like our final rough draft. What I'm doing is I just saved the whole essay. I just saved the whole essay into a document, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna upload it to ChatGTP. Okay, Phoebus. You gotta go in 5, but I'll still be around. So hopefully we hang out a little bit later once you get done with your work or whatever. I'm just gonna keep it rolling. I feel good. We're having a good live stream. I got a lot of stuff. I got everything done today that I possibly can. So I don't feel super anxious. Like I could have done more. I think that's where I get really anxious. Is like I feel like I could do better, and I'm not performing or something like that. It's weird. I'm weird. I've got a lot of problems. So what's on the agenda today? So I'm just gonna I'm gonna give it a prompt. Attached. I'm gonna try to get it to just elaborate on some things and talk to it about the video essay. So the script for my video essay. I want you to review it as if you are a critic or a focus group. The target audience is gamers. It is intended to be educational and as a call to drive change through adoption of proven, established, development methodologies. The idea is to educate gamers as to why games get delayed or launched prematurely, and has a call to action for customers to demand non-waterfall based approaches, because I think I make the case that waterfall doesn't work. Okay, Phoebus, see ya. You know, you know, let me know if, you know, anything is unclear or if an idea needs to be further developed. So, you know, normal gamer could understand. All right, let's see what it comes up with. Thy script, noble scribe, is a masterwork in both content and tone, clear, persuasive, and impressively structured for an audience of gamers who might not otherwise think twice about how games they play are made. Below is the focus group style critique from the perspective of a critical yet invested game educator hybrid. Overall feedback, strong foundation. Strengths, engaging tone, you balance informative writing with gamer savvy commentary without being condescending. Excellent pacing, each part builds on the last, introducing concepts logically with the appropriate real-world examples. Audience empathy, you regularly invite the viewer to consider the perspectives of CEOs, developers, and players alike. Well-chosen examples, Baldur's Gate 3, all memorable, effective reference points. What works for the gaming audience? Relatable framing. Using nostalgic or cultural framing, imagine it's 1970, or Shrek is trolling Disney, builds familiarity before diving into the complex PM theory. Definitions and analogies, explaining in a Gantt chart visually, breaking down Scrum roles and showing real-world applications to boards makes the abstract feel concrete. Agile versus Waterfall is positioned more like adaptive creativity versus rigid assembly line, a clear metaphor that sticks. Empowerment angle encourages gamers to become smarter consumers and advocate for change is an effective call to action. It gives them a role in the story, not just a lecture. Oh, here we go. Areas to refine or expand. Look at this. This is great. Section 2. Slightly dense Star Citizen example runs long. Condense the Star Citizen list and refocus attention on how scope creep typically destroys team morale and budgets. Oh. Can we just take a minute and let me turn off the bio? But damn, dude, like, we're living in the future, bro. We're living in the future. I never would have dreamed when I was just getting on my first computer back when I was just a wee kid that I would have access to a tool like this. Never. I thought we'd have flying cars before we'd have something like this. Part 3, recognizing waterfall. Paper-thin control is powerful, but might benefit from one sentence about how gamers can politely push back. Okay. That's why community feedback, even if critical, should be clear, constructive, and consistent. Right. Part 4, agile values. The Agile Manifesto's 4 values rate could be overwhelming in a fast-paced video. Suggest summarizing with a mnemonic or a visual metaphor. People over paperwork, software over slideshow, collaboration over contracts, flexibility over finality. Scrum events, newcomers might lose track of which meeting is which. Use a visual timeline or table. Oh, we definitely, yeah. I will definitely generate one of those. I'll generate all. In fact, I'll probably just generate all my own stuff in Miro. Excuse me. Yeah, I'll generate all my stuff in Miro, like we got right here. I'll have to build some just standard pipelines or whatever. Okay. Agile's buzzword, incredible insights, but feels like a rant near the end. Counterbalance with a quick, here's how you know when Agile is being done right moment to end on an uplift. Okay. Okay. It graded me. It gave me a grade. You're very close to a video essay that could genuinely shift how viewers understand the industry and might even spark change. The only real improvements are slight refinements for clarity and pacing in some of the more jargon-heavy segments. And making sure your CTA, call to action transitions, feel natural rather than bolted on. Would you like help generating on-screen diagrams, infographics, or even a video script outline for pacing edit cues? No, not right now. All right. Let's do it. All right, let's see. All right, so here's the areas to refine or expand. Scope creep. Slightly dense. Star Citizen example runs long. Budgets. Okay. Let's do that. Condensed Star Citizen list and refocus attention on how scope creep typically destroys morale and budgets. Well, what do you mean Star Citizen list? Where is that? Oh, under scope creep. Okay, the schedule resource Star Citizen, the poster child here. What began as a fairly modest space sim spiraled into an endless wish list. Planetary landings, first-person combat, trading economies. Okay. Let's do this. All right. Condense the Star Citizen list and refocus attention on how scope creep typically destroys team morale and budgets. You should definitely keep the other parts about requirements. And who should write them for a game. Star Citizen's the ultimate example. What started as a straightforward straightforward space sim ballooned into an unfinished wish list. And after over a decade, it's still not released. The real question is, who defines what the game should include? Is it a CEO focused on monetization, must include a premium currency store? Or is it a designer who cares about gameplay, must have a satisfying core loop? One prioritizes profit, the other prioritizes players. Waterfall doesn't make space for the creative process. It freezes scope early, punishes iteration, and assumes everything will go right the first time. That's not how game design works. And when the people funding the game don't understand the medium, they don't understand why discovery takes time. They only see delays. And that's why so many big budget games crash under their own weight. Okay. Let's look at this again. Okay, I think that's really good. We kind of we got rid of that big run-on sentence that was the Star Citizen example, so that's fun. It's powerful, but benefit from one sentence about how players might. That's why. Okay, so this is part 3. Fuck. Budgets get blown. Da, 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 da. Okay, that's fine. 104 people over. Overwhelming and fast-paced video. Okay. Let me see. Some tools. People over paperwork, software over slideshow, collaboration over contract. No. No, that's too nitpicky. I can't work that in there. Newcomers may lose track of which meeting is which. Okay, we will definitely have visual representations on the screen. Agile is a buzzword. Counterbalance with a quick, here's how you know an agile is being done right moment to end on an uplift. Okay, let's do that. Fuck. Visualizing. Counterbalance. 10. Agile is buzzword. Okay. This is a really good essay. I'm very, very happy with this. I'm gonna be very proud to be able to release this along with the Skyrim music video. I think this does a real good job of educating the consumer. It really does. Okay, yeah, this does talk about my projects. Kind of shows people what to expect. I'm really, really glad I've started on this stuff. I'll feel better when the Skyrim music video is done, I think. But this is good. I feel like when agile becomes a buzzword, yeah. Copy. I want you to rewrite this and include minimum viable product and how the requirements for MVP are often misunderstood. Like example, Fallout 76, the in-game store worked, but the game itself was really buggy. So the store should not have, so the game store should not have been included in the MVP. Because you're making a game that people play. people play. The store is something that is added later after the game mechanics. And development solidify. After several iterations. One of the most common missteps, misunderstanding of the minimum viable product. The MVP is supposed to be the smallest version of the product that delivers core value to the user. But in gaming, some studios define viable by business needs, not player experience. Case in point, Fallout 76. The in-game store launched polished and fully functional. Meanwhile, the game itself was riddled with bugs, missing basic systems, and barely playable. That's not an MVP for a game. That's an MVP for a monetization strategy. Damn, that's good. If your game is a broken shell but your cash shop works perfectly, you've misunderstood your priorities. An MVP should prove that the gameplay loop is fun and stable, not that players can buy cosmetics in a broken world. You see this pattern in live service titles that launch empty and spend the next year iterating in public. Sometimes it works if the devs are transparent and genuinely listening, but more often it feels like you're paying to be part of a beta test, with no guarantee the game will ever become what was promised. Where still, some executives twist Agile into a tool for scope creep. Features are added mid-sprint, priorities shift with every stakeholder meeting, and teams are left in constant state of crunch trying to chase moving targets. Roadmaps vanish, accountability dissolves, morale tanks. It's important to know the difference between real Agile and a smokescreen for mismanagement. Here's how you know Agile is being done right. There's a clear, evolving roadmap, not chaos in disguise. Teams work sustainably, not reactively. Feedback loops guide discussion, not cover them. MVP means meaningful gameplay, not monetization first. When Agile is practiced with integrity, it protects developers, respects players, and leads to better, more thoughtful games. Agile isn't just a label, it's a mindset. And when studios embrace it honestly, everyone wins. Everybody wins. All right. All right, let's try this again. Hey, Phoebus. Oh no. It's almost over though, huh? You got like an hour or two left. I got you, man. That's one of the reasons, like, I keep all this stuff here. Like, I got to tell myself I did a good job today, that I did what I could. I feel like I could have gotten up out of bed earlier and started work sooner. So, but, you know, tomorrow's a new day. Kind of worked out a plan, and I know I'm going to be able to file unemployment on the 15th, so really not much else I can do. Oh, yeah. I know you'll handle it, man. I have. I'm just kind of wrapping up this essay. I'm trying to get this far enough done because tomorrow we're going to start on the Skyrim, finish the Skyrim music video, or damn near try to, and then this video goes along with it. Thanks, Phoebus. It means a lot to have that reinforced, man. I am always constantly questioning if I'm doing the right thing, and I'm very, very self-critical about things, and I beat myself up about it too much. So it's hard for me to manage, I guess. I just super anxious about it, and I'll just feel better when I got a job again, an income. It's just until that changes, I've got to deal. I gotta manage myself. All right. Let's see. Let's have it give me another review. Video essay. Okay. This is an updated version. Review it. Give me feedback. Give me feedback. I think this is as done as it can be. I think we've covered the different methodologies. I think we've uncovered the different methodologies. And at the end, the viewer should feel much more educated and empowered about when, you know, interacting with these game development companies, and how they can drive change by politely asking and asking educated questions about the project's development. How to spot when things are going the right way, and when things and how to identify when things are going wrong, but they are using agile vocabulary to obfuscate the real situation. I am not my thoughts. Yep, you're right. You're right, man. A successful call to action. Very good. Final critique. Stuck in the past video essay. Target audience. Gamers who want to understand why games are broken at launch and what can be done about it. Tone and mission. Clear, empowering, and professional without being preachy. A successful call to action. What you've absolutely nailed. Narrative flow. Each section transitions clearly, building up historical, technical, and emotional resonance. You paint a full picture, past, present, and future. Examples, using Baldur's Gate 3, Cyberpunk, Star Citizen, Fallout 76 as Pitch Perfect. These games are emotionally and culturally salient to your audience. Education value, you break down complex project management concepts such as minimum viable product, scrum roles, combine flow into terms gamers can easily grasp. The explanations feel like friendly guidance rather than a lecture. Tone and voice, confident but not arrogant, passionate but not emotional. You found a balance that makes viewers trust you and want to learn more. Call to action. Your closing message isn't just a complaint online. It is to ask educated questions, look for process transparency, and reward integrity. It's refreshingly constructive. I knew it. That's what we were going for. That's why Phoebus has been helping me out with tone, and Phoebus has given some good guidance about, you know, what I wanted this video essay to be, and the stuff that we have up here is basically just pointing out all the problems and, you know, saying this went wrong and this is why this went wrong and all that. But this essay, this has got some. This is educational. This is constructive. This is positive. Refreshingly constructive, yes. Part 3, spotting waterfall. Okay. Viewers may want to engage but not know how or where to start. Give them a path. Give one line suggesting where to ask questions. Okay. Part 3. I think if I continue to make some good content and my channel grows, yeah, exactly. I think if I release this and the channel grows a little bit, then you know, I could probably reach out to some of the companies and get like an interview going or something. Yeah. Oh yeah, he was at Blizzard. I can understand why he's trigger happy with the copyright stuff. I watched that video about how he got screwed over in Second Life. And how all the work he had done was public domain. So, you know, you get burned like that. I understand your behavior. I'm not mad at you. Oh, awesome. So it says add one line where to ask questions. Okay. Viewers might want to know. Okay, so section 3. A quick side note. If you have any questions, feel free to stop by the live stream. Okay. Actually, let's do that. Write me up the part 3 sentence that directs viewers to chat with me on a live stream or leave a comment on this video. if they have questions about Agile, or if they want my opinion on a company or studio is following best practices. If you ever have questions about Agile or want a second opinion on whether a studio is really following best practices, feel free to drop by one of my live streams or leave a comment in this video. I'm always happy to break it down and help you read between the buzzwords. Yeah, that's good. Okay. I feel terrible. Okay, Kanban slightly emphasize how players might spot teams using Kanban or Agile publicly. Weekly devlogs, task transparency. Okay. Give me a sentence or two for part 5 to reinforce call to action. When studios share their workflow, whether it's Kanban boards, devlogs, or regular updates, you can get a window into how the game is really being built. Support the teams that show their process, not just their trailers. Transparency should be the new standard. Very good. This is for part 5. When studios share their workflow, whether it's Kanban boards, devlogs, or regular updates, you can get a window into how the game is really being built. Support the teams that show their process, not just their trailers. Transparency should be the new standard. Kanban works because it makes the invisible visible. You can spot delays, you can see who's overwhelmed, you can rebalance the load before the crisis hits, and most importantly, it keeps everyone on the same page without needing a meeting every 5 minutes. It's not about micromanagement, it's about flow, about clarity, and about finishing what you start without losing your mind. A one-liner about MVP. Difference, not most valuable player. That's a good point. It does not mean most valuable player. It means minimum viable product, the smallest version of the game that's actually worth playing. The smallest version of the game that's actually worth playing. We're going to drop this in per 10. Phoebus sent some links. I like it when Phoebus sends links. There's always a bunch of good info in there. I really like that Guy Ritchie clip. Let's check out Alan Watts. Actually, let me go grab a drink real quick. I'll be right back. And then we'll check out.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Whoa.
your mind is trickier than you think, right?
We'll be right back. There we go. Okay, we're back. Thanks everybody for waiting. Let's get rid of the BRB message. And Phoebus has sent us some links. I want to watch this one first. It's from The Motivated Man. Got 40,000 views, and it talks about Alan Watts.
Ladies and gentlemen, your mind is trickier than you think. Right now, your mind is controlling you, shaping your thoughts, filtering what you see, and deciding what you believe. The scariest part? You don't even notice it. It's been running the same patterns for years, keeping you stuck in the same emotions, the same habits, the same illusions, not by accident, but by design. But here's the question. What happens when you finally see through it? The mind's greatest trick. The illusion you don't see. Your mind is lying to you, and the scariest part is that you don't even realize it. Right now, you believe that the way you think, perceive the world, and react to life is just how things are. But what if I told you that most of your thoughts aren't even your own? Your mind has been programmed, conditioned, and shaped in ways you never questioned. And here's the shocking part. It's not showing you reality as it is. It's showing you a version of reality that fits within the patterns and beliefs it has already accepted. Think about this. How often do you stop and question your thoughts? How often do you step back and ask, wait, why do I think this way? Where did this belief even come from? Most people never do because your mind doesn't want you to. It creates mental shortcuts, automatic responses, and invisible rules that keep you locked inside an illusion. And the worst part, you don't even know it's happening. You believe you're making decisions, but your brain is just running pre-programmed patterns. You think you're seeing the world clearly, but your mind is filtering out everything that doesn't align with what it already believes. This is why two people can look at the exact same situation and experience it completely differently. One person sees failure, another sees opportunity. One sees rejection, another sees freedom. One sees a problem, another sees potential. It's not the world that's different, it's the mind that's interpreting it. And until you understand how your mind is tricking you, you will remain stuck in an invisible prison, one you've been living in your entire life without even knowing it.
Isn't that the truth?
The invisible filter. Why you never see reality as it is. Imagine waking up in a house where every window has been painted over. You've lived there your whole life, never knowing what the world outside actually looks like. Now imagine someone telling you, hey, there's a whole world out there. At first you wouldn't believe them. How could you, when all you've ever known are the walls around you? This is exactly what your mind does to you. From the moment you were born, your brain started constructing a mental filter. It decides how you see the world. Now the question is, are you ready to recognize that filter and finally see reality for what it truly is? What you notice, what you ignore, and what you believe to be true are all shaped by your mind. But here's the thing. You didn't create this filter. It was shaped by your past experiences, by what people told you, by what you feared, and by what society convinced you was normal. Your mind is not giving you an accurate picture of reality. It's giving you a version of reality that matches the patterns it has already accepted. That's why beliefs are so powerful. If your mind has been conditioned to believe something, it will actively ignore anything that contradicts it. Have you ever noticed how when someone strongly believes something, no amount of evidence can change their mind? That's because their mental filter rejects anything that doesn't fit their belief. And here's where it gets dangerous. Your brain is doing this to you right now. You think you're making choices, but your mind is filtering out options before you even see them. You think you're open-minded, but your mind is rejecting new perspectives before you even consider them. Unless you become conscious of this filter, you will go your entire life seeing the world not as it is, but as your mind wants it to be. The mind's autopilot system, the illusion of control. Most people think they are in control of their minds, that they are actively deciding what to think, how to react, and what to believe. But the truth is, your mind is running on autopilot. Studies show that up to 95% of your daily thoughts and decisions are unconscious habits. This means that most of what you do, think, and feel every day isn't a conscious choice. It's just your mind repeating old patterns. Your brain prefers patterns because they require less energy. If you reacted to every situation as if it were new, your brain would have to work much harder. So instead, it creates shortcuts. These shortcuts turn into automatic habits, unconscious beliefs, and emotional triggers. Have you ever noticed how certain things always frustrate you? Why do you react the same way to the same situations over and over again? That's because your mind has created pre-programmed emotional responses. And once these patterns are set, your mind keeps repeating them, whether they serve you or not. This is why people struggle to change. It's not because they don't want to, it's because their mind keeps them stuck in familiar loops. Think about it. How many times have you tried to break a habit only to fall right back into it? How many times have you tried to think more positively only to be pulled back into the same negative cycles? That's not a lack of willpower, it's your mind's autopilot system at work. And until you learn how to override it, you will keep running the same script over and over again, thinking you're making choices, when in reality, you're just following a mental program. The false sense of identity, how your mind traps you. You believe you know who you are, but what if I told you you don't? From the moment you were born, you were given an identity, a name, a culture, a role to play. Over time, your mind built a story around it. You began to identify with your personality, your beliefs and past experiences. The shocking truth. Here's the shocking truth. None of those things, your thoughts, beliefs, or past experiences, are actually you. They are just thoughts, and thoughts can change. Think about it. Who you were 10 years ago is not who you are today. Your interests, opinions, and desires have all shifted. So if your identity keeps changing, how can it be real? Your mind has tricked you into believing that you are a fixed personality. But the truth is, the real you isn't a personality. It's the awareness behind it. And the moment you detach from this false identity, you start seeing the world differently. Because once you realize you were never the character in the story your mind created, you become free. Breaking the illusion, how to escape the mind's control. How do you break free? Realize that your mind is not you. Every time a thought arises, instead of getting lost in it, ask yourself, who is observing this thought? Interrupt the autopilot. When you catch yourself falling into old patterns, pause. Do something unexpected, challenge the routine. That's how you break the cycle. Question everything. Every belief, assumption, and reaction. Question them all. Ask yourself, is this actually true? Or is it just something I've been conditioned to believe? Finally, return to awareness. Because the real you isn't a thought or a belief. It's the awareness watching everything unfold. Once you understand this, your mind will never trick you again. The power of emotional triggers, how your mind controls you. Have you ever felt an intense emotional reaction and wondered, why did that affect me so much? Maybe it was a comment, a situation, or just a passing thought. Suddenly you felt anger, shame, fear, or anxiety, as if the reaction was automatic, beyond your control. That's because it was automatic. Your mind has spent years creating emotional shortcuts, pre-programmed responses to certain situations. And the scariest part is these triggers are controlling your thoughts and actions without you realizing it. Here's how it works. If something in your past made you feel small, embarrassed or ashamed, your brain locks onto that experience. It marks it as something to avoid, something dangerous. Then when a similar situation arises, even if it's completely different, your brain activates the same emotional response. It's like a button that keeps getting pushed. You feel insecure when someone doesn't respond the way you expected. You feel defensive when someone disagrees with you. You feel anxious when thinking about stepping out of your comfort zone. But here's what most people never realize. These emotional triggers are not reality. They are just mental patterns. And the moment you step back and observe them, instead of reacting, the spell breaks. Next time you feel a strong emotional reaction, don't act immediately. Instead, pause and ask yourself, is this reaction really about this moment? Or is it just an old trigger replaying itself? Because once you learn to watch the trigger, instead of being controlled by it, you take back your power. The comfort trap, how your mind keeps you stuck. Your mind has one mission, to keep you safe. But for your brain, safe doesn't mean happy, it means familiar. And this is where most people get trapped. They stay in situations that make them miserable. They hold on to limiting beliefs. They avoid new experiences. And when asked why, they say things like, I just don't feel ready. What if something goes wrong? I don't want to fail. But the truth is, these are just mental defense mechanisms. Your brain doesn't care if you grow. It doesn't care if you evolve. It only cares about keeping things predictable because predictability feels safe, even when it's keeping you stuck. This is why so many people never change. They stay in jobs they hate. They stay in toxic relationships. They avoid risks, even when they want something new. Breaking free from mental programming. Your mind often runs a program, stick to what you know, it's safer here. But what if you stopped listening to that voice? What if, instead of avoiding discomfort, you leaned into it? What if, instead of waiting to feel ready, you accepted that the feeling of readiness never comes? Growth will always feel uncomfortable at first, but discomfort is not danger. And the moment you realize this, your mind's ability to keep you stuck disappears. The mind's fear of the present, why it keeps you stuck in the past or future. Have you ever noticed how your mind is almost never fully in the present moment? It's constantly pulling you into the past, replaying mistakes, regrets, old memories, or it's throwing you into the future, worrying, planning, anticipating. But here's the shocking truth. Your mind does this on purpose, because the present moment is the one place where your mind has no control. When you're fully present, not lost in thought, not analyzing the past, not worrying about the future, what happens? The mind goes silent. And for the mind, silence is a threat. because in the silence, you start to wake up. You begin to see that the voice in your head is not you. You start to realize that most of your thoughts are repetitive, meaningless, and unnecessary. In silence, the mind loses its grip on you, which is why it constantly pulls you away from the present moment. But here's the secret. The more time you spend in the present, the weaker the mind's hold becomes. So the next time you catch yourself lost in thought, bring your attention back to the now. Feel the air on your skin. Listen to the sounds around you. Focus on your breath, because in that moment, your mind loses its power over you. The mind's final trick, convincing you this doesn't apply to you. Right now, your mind might be saying, yeah, this is interesting, but I already know this. I'm not really trapped in my mind. Other people might be, but not me. This doesn't apply to my situation. This is the mind's greatest defense mechanism, to convince you that you're already awake, that you already see clearly, that none of this is keeping you stuck. Because if it can make you believe that, you'll never challenge it. And as long as you don't challenge it, you stay inside the illusion. So ask yourself right now, is that voice really you, or is it just the mind defending itself? Because real self-awareness isn't about knowing. It's about seeing the illusion in real time and refusing to fall for it anymore. And when you stop falling for the mind's tricks, you take back control. Waking up, what happens when you finally see the truth? Once you see through the mind's tricks, it loses its control over you. You stop reacting, you stop overthinking, you stop getting lost in thoughts that don't serve you. And for the first time, you experience real freedom. Not the illusion of freedom, where you think you're making choices but are actually following pre-programmed responses, but the kind of freedom where you see the illusion for what it is. Thoughts appear, but they don't control you. Emotions rise, but they don't define you. The mind tries to trick you, but you see through it immediately. And when you reach that point, your mind will never be able to trick you again. The hidden program, how your mind creates your reality without you noticing. Your mind does something every single day that shapes your entire life, yet you probably never notice it. It's called confirmation bias. The tendency to seek out information that supports what you already believe while ignoring anything that contradicts it. And here's the scary part. Your entire perception of reality is built on this bias. If you believe that people can't be trusted, your mind will constantly notice situations that prove it's true, reinforcing that belief. If you believe you're unlucky, your brain will highlight every bad thing that happens while completely ignoring the good. If you believe you're not good enough, your mind will selectively remember every failure and overlook your successes. Successes, and over time, this solidifies your reality, not because it's actually true, but because your mind has been programmed to look for evidence that supports it. The worst part is that you don't even realize this is happening. You think your beliefs are based on experience, but in reality, your experience is shaped by your beliefs. So how do you break out of this mental programming? Step 1, become aware of it. Step 2, question everything. Every belief, every assumption. Ask yourself, what if this isn't actually true? What if I've just trained my mind to believe it? Step 3, shift your focus. Instead of looking for evidence that supports your limitations, start training your mind to notice new possibilities. Because the moment you take control of what your brain focuses on, you take control of your reality. And when that happens, the illusion breaks.
That was good, Phoebus. I'm gonna focus on not getting stuck in old thoughts or whatever. Now this is let's put the music back on. So this is from Reddit, Gamer Dev Reddit, and Phoebus thought that this would be a good thing to take a look at. So let's check out this post. For context, it's been 9 months since I started my own studio. After a couple of one-man indie launches and working for studios like Yagix and ZA-UM. I thought with the experience I had, it would be easier to find good developers. It wasn't. From comparison, on the art side, I have successfully found 2 big contractors to the project out of 3 hires, which is a staggering 66% success rate, way above what I expected. However, on the programming side, I'm finding that most people just don't know how to write clean code. They have no real sense of architecture, no real understanding of how systems need to be built if you want something to actually scale and survive more than a couple of updates. Almost anyone seems to be able to hack something together that looks fine for a week, and that's been very difficult to catch on the technical interviews that I prepared. A few weeks after the start date, no one so far could actually think ahead, structure a project properly, and take real responsibility for the quality of what they were building. I've already been over 6 different devs on this project, and only one of them being good enough to keep. Okay, I'm gonna keep reading, then I'll comment. Curious if this is something anyone can resonate to when they're creating their own small teams, and how do you guys address it? Edit to clarify, here's the salary and benefits, since most assume with some merit that the problem was on you get what you pay for. Quoting myself from these comments, our salary ranges between 55 and 70K. Bear in mind, this is in Europe, and my country's average salary for the industry is 45 to 60. Depending on seniority, we offer good benefits. Policy of fully remote work with flexible working hours, only 3 syncs per week instead of dailies. 30 days of paid vacations. Country standard is 22 days. Health insurance and a couple of benefits, and the salary definitely above market average. Yeah, I mean, like I've had some experience with this in the software industry, leading some teams. Yeah, that's a like a big thing why like Scrum comes into play, because once you get through a couple of the sprints, you can, and people are working within that framework, they start to get a little bit better. Or hopefully they start to get a little bit better about like estimating how long something's going to take them. As for the comment on the structure side, that's nothing new to me. So most people just don't think that way. A lot of people just don't think in systems. They think of like they think of the task as like a one-off when it's actually a larger part of a whole. And there's just people that just don't do strategic thinking. I'm not saying that they can't. I think if you like gave them an assignment and was like, here, literally think about all this stuff, they could probably work through and do it. But to do that every step of the way, I guess that's why you've got to be tight on project management, and you got to already have the structure. You got to have that architecture and that structure up there first, and then so with at least somebody who understands it, and then you need to derive your tasks and stuff within that structure. I think it's too. I think it is a little bit too much to ask for a lot of people that think structurally. I mean, and I say this because I think very structurally, and I know most people don't think like me. It's one of the reasons why I've kind of got the career that I do. I catch things, a lot of things, and I think in terms of systems. But that's a rare thing. I think expecting a normal developer, maybe on a small team, I guess, if they've got some experience. But if they're kind of like new or they've only worked a couple of gigs or something, it doesn't surprise me that they can't think structurally. In your story, you do not mention the salary range you're boarding people. Okay, this is paying enough to good candidates. Software dev, 20 years, and you didn't mention anything about how much you're paying. Everybody's like, what are you paying? It sounds like a small. Are you a programmer too? It also sounds like you're hiring maybe two with a small team. And not knowing the scope of your game, it's probably less can't write code and more has a shit ton expected from them and only so much time to do it. Games industry at large is really unstable at the moment for devs. And it sounds like you want a senior dev or something. A lot of them are not going to be wanting to move now and rock the boat, even for slightly more pay, because if it falls through, they might struggle to find another position. Oh, yeah. So, yeah, if you want to recruit senior folks, you probably have to, if you want to get some senior folks to jump ship at a different studio, you've probably got to be able to offer a few years worth of work. You know what I mean? And you have to get them to understand that you have the funding to pay them through that period, because if they feel that they don't, then they're not going to sign up to work on your company and your project. And they are right. It's very, very volatile. Part of Project Veilwalker for me is to kind of see this process and see what one person can do and how far one person can get along just following the agile principles. Maybe one day, if the project gets far enough along, I could start hiring folk. But that's, this guy's trying to start a game company. It's just hard finding help. There's people that don't work very well remote. There's people that work really, really good remote, and people that don't handle it very well. It's not that good devs are hard to find. It's that we would rather work on our own project, or they are being more than adequately compensated for their current job. You want to have good devs give them a reason to stop what they are doing and join the team, either a project they get behind or better pay and benefit. How about both? You get them to believe in the project and get enthusiastic and excited about it and wanting to work on it. Tend to have been produced by hackers, free-to-play live ops experience, or mainstream CS. Also look outside the indie community. Those projects tend to have been produced by hackers, free-to-play live ops experience, or mainstream customer support plus tech jobs. But it's always a crapshoot. Best results are to use the networks of good hires to pull in more good hires. I think many programmers today are not programmers in the traditional sense, but rather people who know games engines more specifically. They build things in Unreal Entity, but they couldn't write a bubble sort, Pathfinder, or IK solver if their life depended on it. They have only used managed memory, have only optimized at a high speed, and lack any computer science background. Huh. Well, that's another thing that I'm happy to learn Unreal Engine. I'm going to have some situations where I need to learn how to code, and I'm really looking forward to trying to teach myself that. In a big company where there are dedicated engine-specific gameplay programming rules, this is perfectly fine. They have the skills for those roles. But to drive a smaller project in a smaller studio is simply a different thing entirely. Yeah. I think it is a bit much to expect those folks to think structurally. I think he's got a good point here. It's like, these people are used to working in a big company, and the skills that they have are great for a big company, but you got to hire some real senior, passionate folks to be able to do like a small studio. And clearly that's a hard thing to do, given the state of the market. That's one of the, I'm happy to work on it myself, my project myself, and it's more of an educational thing. I do, I've broken them down into small projects, so I definitely want to get the movement project done, and then once I'm done with the movement project, we can start working on combat or something like that, and then actually show people the game. I don't, maybe if the project gets far enough along, I can start considering stuff like that, but I think all that's putting the cart before the horse for me. Yeah, Phoebus, I agree. It's just not everybody's thinking architecturally. They look at the problem as like a one-off. They see the problem as like a one-off or just one assignment, and they're not thinking all the steps ahead with all the structure that the actual game should have. I think that's also, if you need he also needs a good project manager. It sounds like, because a good project manager would consider the structure thing, right? So if the project manager at least understands the structure, if you got a technical project manager that understands the structure, then that project manager can help break down all the smaller tasks and keep people working within the proper scope. And if they're really good, train them up to think like that at the same time. So learning web app, yes, and push back on leadership when they're being foolish, right? Yep. Oh, here we go. Here's the thing. You might not like the answer. You have a huge unrealistic expectation of programming in video games. Video games, almost by design, is inherently hacky, put together with duct tape and hopes and prayer. And I don't mean that as an insult. I mean that as a reality check. Well, that's most games. That is not Baldur's Gate 3, but that's most games. All games during waterfall development, sure. The more real you get with your programming, the more fucking chaotic it gets. Gameplay programming and level scripting is legit extremely hard to do cleanly, and more importantly, it's extremely unnecessary, time-consuming, and with low return on investment. You might expect Cartesian foresight from your engine and physics programmer, but asking the same of your gameplay programmer is just unrealistic, and more importantly, dumb. It's not that it's impossible, it's that the reality on the field working on games, whether AAA or indie, doesn't produce these guys, because they would be killed under the weight of the tasks piling up. They don't work with closed systems that have controlled input and expected output. They are every day working on features that interact with ridiculous amounts of overlap on other systems. Whether it's rendering, physics, game logic, AI, effects, sound, or gameplay systems, scripting from the designers, etc. They are at ground zero, where everything that makes a game meet and have to stick it together into something coherent on your screen. I don't want to dox my place of work, but let's just say my last two studios were top 10 5 worldwide. Believe me when I say both studios have code bases so chaotic that it's fucking miracle anything ships. Barely any documentation at all. Stuff built on top of stuff, using an engine absolutely not made for the tasks at hand, but like it all. And so forth. With foundations so shaky, you can imagine that programmers are coding, shaky stuff. They try their best to have some foresight, but in reality, in 1 year, some producer is going to take going to take a decision and start a whole production around using a system that was absolutely not built for this. Short of a prototype somebody put together to showcase the concept, and you have to work on that. You have to ship that. Yeah, people use things for stuff they weren't intended for. I know that. The reality of the market... This reality of the market produces the type of programmers you're raging against. They're not bad programmers, far from it. If you want my opinion, the scrappiness is an incredible skill. It's just that you either work this way or you don't. Because no matter how much your uni taught you how you should future-proof and document, make your code perfect, at the end of the day, nobody cares about your code. People are going to have to work on it, whether it's good or not. The shipping date will hit whether it's good or not. And to be quite honest, you'll be amazed at how bendable this stuff is. And at the end of the day, there's only two things that matter: that it works and that it's fun. And the more fun it is, the less it perfectly has to work, which buys you time to fix it later. Amen to that. This is the reality of being a game programmer in this day and age. You're not producing good code, you're producing functional code that gets you the very specific product you're looking for. And also, at some point, you just hit a complexity level high enough that the solution legit isn't even skill anymore. If you want today's games with today's expectations and polish and general quality of life, like your game running on almost 60 frames per second, productions would have to be 10 times longer in length to allow people to do work that needs to be done. And so on. Yeah, again, this is why I think waterfall development is so unrealistic for video games. And also, hot take if you will, but people seem to forget most senior programmers used to ship 30 FPS and not 20 FPS games in the PS1, 2, and 3 areas. Programmers today are legit asked to be twice as good as their old counterparts, IMO, considering the ratio of complexity demanded by the market, raw computational power of the hardware they are working on, meaning, yeah, hardware is much better today, but the ask of the market have skyrocketed just as much. They want the balls on your horse to change with the weather. That's not going to that's not to shit on older programmers. It's just to put some perspective into this conversation. This is a feature, not a bug of game programming. Accept that. Look for scrappiness, not structure, however you define it, which to me seems to be excessively harsh. I mean, I think you can have both, but it all boils down to having a good project manager, a technical project manager. Yeah, no, he's got really good points. Hey, Swanti, thank you so much for hanging out during the majority of the live stream today. It was really good hanging with you. I hope you got to see some things getting taken care of. So you got to see the calendar updates and how I went through and edited some essays and stuff and talked about project management. And I will make a couple other videos on project management, I promise. And I do have a video planned to talk about some of the tools I used. I think that was your suggestion. So we will get there. It's on the backlog, and it's only a matter of time. Most good programmers either hyper specialize in one area and only do that one area, or move over to web mobile dev as it pays twice as much. Games industry is not known for training people up and helping them get by. LOL. The way I see it, most people aren't good at their jobs, so it extends to game devs. It's just more grading when it happens on a creative project. Your standards are too high. I think it is a bit much to ask for your average developer to think structurally. There's developers that do that exact thing think architecture and structure, and like those are the ones you should be talking to about this. And then your project manager should understand it and make sure that the tasks being assigned in being worked on fit within that structure, right? You probably need like that architecture person to be one of the stakeholders that sign off if the work is done or not, basically. Let's check out our game dev itself. Here. Why is a mod pinning his comments to threads? Okay. Some of you seriously need to get that delusion out of your head. You are not entitled to sell any copies. Let's check it out. You all come to this industry starting as gamers, but you don't use that experience and the point of view. When working on a game, when thinking about a new idea, you completely forgot how it is to be a gamer. That's the experience of looking for new games to play, of finding new stuff randomly while browsing YouTube or social media. You forgot how it is to browse Steam or the PlayStation Store as a gamer. When coming up with your next idea, think hard and honestly. Is that something you'd rest your eyes on while browsing the new releases? Is it something that looks like a 1,000 review game? Is it something that you'd spend your hard-earned money on over any of the other options out there? Not one, barring your closest friends and family, is going to buy your game for the effort you put in, not for the fun you've had while working on the project. Seriously, you got a pub where they have consoles and stuff and show anyone your game. Perhaps if you act like you were a random player that found it, if you want pure honesty. Do you think your game deserves to be purchased and played by a freaking million human beings? If it were sitting on a store shelf, would you expect 1 million people to pick up the copies? Forget about who you are, what it takes to make it, and only focus on the product itself. Does it stand on its own? It has to. Okay, yeah. I mean, that's why like the I incepted this project is like the ultimate game that I wanted to play. So we're kind of revising the flow here, because we'll do the movement system first, and then maybe start working on the combat to refine that and start giving people, because the movement and the combat is pretty much what all the gamers are going to care about for the beginning. I mean, there's a few weirdos out there like me that like the lore and all that kind of stuff, but that's not everybody. So this guy's like, just telling people how it is. Like, why didn't my game sell? Well, because the market is absolutely saturated. Is Godot worth it if I like the coding, or should I just pick up Unity? Oh, this is good. Somebody's asking about Unity. So I've dabbled in Unity, Unreal, and Godot. Done a few tutorials for each one. I got a basic feel for them. I like the coding in Godot way more. It just makes sense and clicks for me. Is it going to be able to perform and do things if I were to make a full-size game instead of a goofy 2-minute thing? I occasionally see people talking on the internet about how Godot doesn't scale well. Is that true? What's the limit for that? Or should I just stick with Unity, Unreal coding that feels less intuitive to me, but bigger and more proven engines? Godot is a fine choice. Godot is a fine choice. If it feels right, run with it. I'm pretty sure the majority view the differences between engines as purely preferential rather than having one more capable than the other. Since you clearly like the coding in Godot, your choice is obvious. This person transitioned from Unity to Godot a few years ago. Time I was programming in Python professionally and wanted to work in a language I was most comfortable with. After the help of some tutorials, I made a basic prototype for my first project, which led me to chasing my dream game when unemployment hit. Oh, see, very familiar. What's this? Oh, okay. Oh, it's fun. Now, like, this could be hack. This could be a hacking mini game. Oh, okay. That's a clever little thing. I like that. That's a neat little mini game. That's a very good idea. It was a multiplayer 2-dimensional dungeon crawler. Oh, he got him a little game. This is cool. Last year I released my first commercial game on Steam. Let's check it out. Survivor's Escape. Okay. Oh, it's a vampire, whatever that game was, clone. But I guess people like that stuff. It's cool. Let's see what the reviews are. Oh, people like it. With a lot of bullet hell games popping up, you might think, another one. Okay, look at it. You got lots of reviews. Look at this guy. Holy shit, Surf's Up looks like great fun. Discord. Oh. Yes, Discord. Hey, man.
How's it going?
I'm doing good. I got a lot of stuff done today. I stayed on task. I applied to the jobs and I got the unemployment thing figured out. I'm not as anxious about it as I was yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And then I appreciate the video about Alan Watts, and I'm trying to, while I'm feeling a little depressed, I'm just trying to remind myself that that's just an old way of thinking. And you just got to look forward.
Do you have an Audible account?
I did, and I have lots of titles on it. It is currently inactive because I was reducing all of my bills, so I canceled my Audible account.
Be able to, I assume I should. Is it under your old email address, old Gmail address?
No, it's under the Nexius Productions one.
Okay, I'll confirm that with you later. Just send me that in Discord or whatever. I want to buy you. I'm gonna buy you a book.
Thank you, sir.
Buy a book. It'll be. It's good to listen to while walking. I find, right?
Okay.
It's a really interesting book, and it's gonna have a slightly strange title, but it's kind of like oh god, what was it? You read Michael Crichton, right?
Oh yeah, I'm actually I'm just in the middle of starting Eaters of the Dead.
Okay. I haven't read that since I was a teenager.
Oh yeah, so I was like, ooh, a story based on first-hand account of the Vikings in the 1100s. Sign me up.
Well, I can't remember. I think that is. It's either Eaters of the Dead or Clan of the Cave Bear that was the foundational kind of inspiration for the 13th Warrior.
Yes, it most certainly was. Crichton, Michael Crichton he's even in the credits and everything.
Oh.
It's like based on a novel by Michael Crichton, yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
That's how I found out about the book. I was watching the 13th Warrior on a streaming site, and then I saw that. I was like, oh, there's a book. Let me look at that up.
You know, I gotta dig out that DVD. I haven't watched it in a long time.
Oh, it's a good one. It's a really good one.
I mean, I don't know if it's the writers or the director, or whoever came up with the idea of showing how he learns the language, right? Of just like by being there and observing.
Oh, that little montage sequence was extremely well edited. Extremely well edited.
Well, but it's great storytelling, just in general, because like you're showing the passage of time, and you know they're obviously journeying a long way. But you know you're also giving character development. There's a lot of nonverbal language going on with the actors portraying Vikings, right? And I mean, it really is. Yes, that's a great montage, well edited. I mean, well written, but also just a fantastic idea for showing how like someone like quote unquote learns a language, right? The words start to make sense to them, and they do it in English because the whole it's an English movie, right?
Right.
Yeah, but no, there's a Michael Crichton book that's nonfiction. Man, where is? Hold on, I can't remember the name of it. No, it would have been way after that. Yeah. Oh man, Eaters of the Dead. He came out in '76. I read Congo. Fear was good. Oh, Travels. I think it is called Travels. Right.
Okay.
Yeah. He came. Okay. Wow, came out in '88. It's a bunch of short stories. But they're all kind of travel, like things that he's done, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's just a really interesting experience, right? It shows like some of the things that he's kind of done and did, and the book I'm going to get for you is kind of in that same way.
Oh,
right?
okay.
But it's yeah.
I look forward to it.
I value it because of some of like it's the title of the book is Why Buddhism is True. Pause. The Science and Philosophy of Meditation and Enlightenment.
Okay.
And that really only covers about half of it, because there's a whole lot in there about theory of mind and like the structure of it and the science and kind of like the bleeding edge science as far as like the models that they use for consciousness and awareness. And
I've got a copy of it. I've got a copy of it.
Oh,
I do have a copy of it. I will listen to it starting tonight. I think you got it for me already.
Oh, that's very possible.
Yeah, and I think I started it but never finished it because I was going to a cognitive behavioral therapist at the time. But we did bring up and discuss that book. So it's been on my reading list. I need to get back to reading it. So I will listen to it.
It's a great book to chill out to.
Oh, good.
Right.
Okay.
That's a yeah, it's a great book to chill. I mean, it's making me want to listen to it too again. So.
I'm just checking out some of these posts on the gamer dev stuff.
It's pretty like some of like that one long. I was hooked while you were reading that long one.
Yeah.
Man, that guy was spot on. Like with all like clearly he's been in the industry a long time.
Exactly.
That's just the reality of it, right? Like there's, there's a difference between doing something for your own personal enjoyment or in an academic sense, versus hey, time is money. Like we don't always get to You build the ship with what you got, right?
Right.
If you got to get off that island, you build the ship with what you got.
Yeah.
Like You're not going to take twice as long because you only got so much food.
Exactly. I like this. This is a big revealing post. They're like, you're on the game dev forum. What do you do software for a living? And I'd say the vast majority of people just are working on their personal game and working working a different job.
Data scientist.
Game dev man.
Game dev by the night.
By night. Where was I'm a software engineer by day, and I do some game dev hobby in my spare time. Same here. I'm a full stack engineer that makes video games part time. I like being able to change language editors between my job and hobby. Oh, that's hardcore.
Dude, that totally tracks, right? Like, like being, like working in a different language or skill set, like is and definitely a different editor too, because it's like being at a different location, right?
Right.
I'm sure you got a huge reading list. If that Michael Crichton Travels book, since you've read a bunch of his other books, like you'd probably enjoy that, I'm sure.
Yep. I will definitely check it out.
Man, Sphere, the book Sphere was way better than the movie. The movie's not bad, but the book was fucking suspenseful as shit.
The movie was pretty bad.
I wouldn't say it's bad, but it's like, dude, like I remember.
I definitely
I was a teenager,
it
and
would have read
like,
better. It definitely would have read better.
Huh?
I said it would have read better. It just seemed like it's like this should be a novel and not a movie.
Mm-hmm. Well, not all novels are written to be structured like a movie, right? There's a reason why everyone used to say that The Lord of the Rings was unfilmable, right? And while they did, take one of my favorite characters out of there, and they definitely restructured it and changed quite a bit of it, like, I completely understand why they did it. All those things had to be.
All of those changes make sense for people that have known the book.
100%, right? Like, you can't have like your main character get this powerful item and then fucking sit on his ass for 30 years, 20 years.
Right.
Like, there's no sense of urgency there. Like, what? Like,
right.
like people would lose their damn minds. And then the whole path, they cut out, like, they basically go straight to Bree, right? So they're cutting out all, like, fucking, I don't know, the first third of the first book or something like that, basically. Like, almost like after after the inciting incident, right?
Right.
But they did bring back Farmer Maggot. They transposed. So they kind of allude to it a little bit. I'm glad that was cool. That was good to see in there. I just wish Tom Bombadil was in there, man. Tom Bombadil was just for some reason I just remember being a kid and thinking he was a neat guy for some reason.
Yeah, he was like Tolkien's nature spirit kind of thing. He was a character that he had put in his children's some stories he told his children, and just Lord of the Rings was basically his just fan project. Go ahead.
Oh, 100%. Oh, 100%. He's a professor of Old English, quite literally. Like, he was in multiple other languages, right? Like,
right.
He
developed Elvish he developed the Elvish language as a way to pass the time. What am I doing with my life?
But it's so informed because he's quite literally he was the premier scholar that lived at the time in some of those languages,
right?
Or one of the premier scholars, at least. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I can see after, like, with that travel, like, a lot of it is like some kind of we might call kind of adrenaline type junkie stuff, but he has a really good sense of drama and escalation and tension in his novels, right?
Yeah.
Just like, and which is why many of them, did so well on the screen, so to speak.
This person's just was successful in their post in their experience here about like what happened.
Dude, that is insane. Did they already have that typed up or kept? Like that's.
Well, this is a post by I guess it's just somebody who released it. Who they've been on this Reddit for a while. They released a successful game.
This is a master post. I got it. Like
Okay.
I thought this was a reply for a second.
Oh
I
no,
was like,
no.
Oh my god.
No, this is they made this game. A 2-man team made this game, and it just they got really passionate about. No, it is. He was saying they got really passionate about it and just kept going. It was supposed to be a small project, and it ended up being 4 years. But they were in early access for 3 years, and they had enough of a user pool to continue for them to do play testing and stuff. Let's hear. Once we had a working prototype, we just kept going. It was fun. We loved learning and improving every part of the game. It became a real organic process. Never stressful, just exciting. Game dev was and still is something that I genuinely enjoy, and I don't think we ever felt bored or burnt out. And for the small roguelike dungeon crawler turned into a full-featured action RPG. That's how a small project ended up taking nearly 4 years to reach early access. We know that's not ideal advice for a first game, but it worked for us. This post isn't a list of do's and don'ts, just a retrospective on what happened. It's worked out pretty well, but we know it's not the most efficient route. Here to give as much hindsight as possible. And it starts talking about stats and what happened. Post the game, you get a bunch of wish list folks. I guess that's why the wish lists exist, is so they can see interest in the game over time.
A lot of people put stuff on itch.io, right? To garner interest, right? Like I've seen versions of games over there that have gone to Steam. Vampire Survivors did it,
right?
Oh man, I can't. There's several.
Yeah, when I get enough of the thing far enough along for people to play test, I'll have to throw it up there and do some testing myself. Our prototype blew up on itch and we're not prepared for it.
Yeah.
Okay. Earlier this year, my friend and I decided to work on a small game prototype together. Both been hobbyist game devs for years now, meaning that we each worked on a smaller group projects, game jam submissions, unfinished prototypes, and even 1 or 2 free Steam games. But neither of us has made any real commercial indie games. Our expectations were just to have fun and try working together on a small-scale game because we were both working on large solo projects. We agreed to set ourselves a clear deadline to make sure that we wouldn't distract ourselves for too long from the main gigs. Originally, we wanted to participate in a game jam, but since no game jam at the time seemed to have an interesting theme, we matched our schedules. We just decided to do our own January jam, which meant we had about 3 weeks to make a game. We were both fans of games like Nodebuster, Norp Analog, and To the Core.
Great game.
Which one? Nodebuster?
Norp Analog. No, Norp Analog.
Norp Analog.
Yeah.
Let's check it out.
Yeah. It's fucking ridiculous, and I love it.
Well, this looks different.
Yeah,
it's a little different.
I know it seems weird, but it's good.
That's awesome.
I thoroughly enjoyed my time with it.
After delaying.
Oh.
On our first day, we had a bit over 100 people play the game, which honestly was. Oh well, see, at least if I make the prototype and it blows up, I at least have an outline and some planning stuff to show people like the direction it's going. It sounds like they were just doing like a game jam, and we're gonna call it one and done. On the second day, we quadrupled the plays to over 400. On the third, we went to 1,200. At that point, we realized we might have had underestimated our little side project. To do at least some of the last-minute promotion, we worked quickly with 2 Reddit posts, which both made pretty good numbers. That day, we also made it pretty high on the new popular tab on itch. I think the highest was 16, but I didn't track properly, so we might have been even higher. Some random player also added our game to a website called Incremental Database, which is like a community website for incremental game fans. That brought a ton of extra traffic to our itchy page. On day 4, we made it 3,300 players. Day 5 had 3,600, and after that, the daily plays finally started to go down. It's been more than a month since the release, and we're at 29,000 plays now. We get a few hundred players a day. More importantly, we receive over 200 very engaged comments and reviews over our channels. People were sharing ideas for new coins or interactions, demanding features that we're proudly posting. Posting their in-game progress. The overall feedback in terms of quality and quantity has been even better. Yeah, you got good feedback.
Man, that's the best way.
Mullet Magic. Oh, this is your avatar. This is on Steam.
Yeah, you should listen to the music too.
Okay. All right, hold on. There we go.
Greetings from Peace Corps. Sounds like you're in trouble.
Oh, he is. Oh, that's awesome. He has successfully recreated the hyper violent gore that is 1980s anime. It looked really good. That looked exactly like somebody getting their head blown off in an 80s anime.
Badass moderator to take care of our bots.
This game blows your mind. Mullet Magic.
Oh, that's awesome. Looks like something I'll have to stream when I'm wide awake.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It is.
It's not the game to play right before bed.
No. That is very much a weekend morning. I'm working on my second cup of coffee game.
Right.
Like after a good night's sleep.
Yes.
You know, when you're all just like ready to bounce off the walls. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like it's definitely like for the twitchy times, right? Like that's exactly right. Like I in the evenings, man, I just want something chill.
Yeah, I'm not trying to get my blood pumping when I'm trying to wind down for the day.
Yeah. Right? Like I'm trying to ease on into that there sweet slumber. Oh yeah, there's a demo.
There it is. I was looking for add to the wish list. I'll try it later. Let's hear. It's 8:30. Let me go. I'm gonna go get something to drink real quick, and then we can come back and kick it. I'll probably call it quits at 9, and get ready to go to bed. But yeah, let's kick it for another 30 minutes, and maybe we can find something of interest.
Or if you want to. Okay. Or if you're tired and you want to leave now, that's okay too, man.
Oh, I'm not. I'm gonna take my melatonin and wait for and spend another 30 minutes just checking stuff out. So I'll get tired. Yeah. So I'll leave the music on. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Hello? Oh, did you? I don't know if you guys heard that crash, but oh boy, I dropped a glass container in the kitchen and it shattered into 9,000 pieces. Phoebus says he'll be right back. This game looks wild. That's funny. That's a cute little game. No, it wasn't anything important. It's just with the apartment that I live in, it's all tile, and it was one of those kind of like reinforced glass containers. So when it fell on the tile, it literally just, there's trillions of pieces all over everywhere. It took a minute to sweep up. I had to get my sandals on because I don't want to step on glass, and that's just what took me that long. So I can tell that I'm tired because I break things. Well, like I wasn't paying attention, and it's my fault that I knocked it off. And I can tell that's to me is a symptom that I'm tired. And you know, a while ago I would like beat myself up for being a klutz, but I better understand that kind of stuff about myself now. So there's always that voice that tells you made it. It's just an accident, and I'm just not trying to be hard on myself about it. I feel I appreciate the stuff that Phoebus shared, because I don't know, like you kind of put some of your self-worth in the fact that you've or whatever you're doing for employment, right? So the fact that I'm unemployed right now is just messing with me, and I know I'm working hard, and I'm doing everything I can, at least definitely today. Maybe the previous the few previous days, like this day, I was late. Like I could have gotten up early and got things started. But I feel good about the effort that went in today and the progress that was made. We got the final draft of the video essay done. So, once we get done with applying to the jobs, we can finish that Skyrim music video. So let's block that off, right? Finish Skyrim music video. Okay, and then that means this weekend I can start working on the essay. We'll put record for video essay. I'm tripping. It's right here. Okay, let's color that purple, because I give all my video project stuff gets color coded purple. There we go. And I hope y'all see how I encourage you to use a Google Calendar. It's free, by the way. Use your Google Calendar like this. This way, nothing's set in stone. You've seen me move stuff around all day, but all of these little tasks here is something that needs to get done. So I'm like, okay, what can I do next? And I look at that one and then spend the time. So there's plenty of other things over here, like skip writing, celebrate. Oh, this is We can delete that because that's this one right here. Start editing shorts PC video. Yeah, I need to do that. Work on updating YouTube and Twitch channel with modern features. I need to do that. PM tools video. So we need to do that. Tools being used video. Here, let's get rid of that. Tools being used video. Okay. There we go. Okay. Oh, I forgot to take my medicine. Okay, I guess we can set up the agenda for tomorrow. So it'll be job hunting. Editing. Skyrim editing. Skyrim music video. Exercise, relax, hang out, gaming. Okay. Oops. There we go. Let's hit OK there. Now we can hide that. I really need to do stuff like this so I can stay on task, because if I don't do this, I just get overwhelmed. And then like I'll be so busy and like I'll know I worked, but I can't tell what it was that I worked on. So that's one of the reasons why I'm constantly updating the calendar. So, Saturday, because I just push myself so hard all the time. I gotta be kinder to myself about that. But I'm just so like, I don't know. I think I've just been in survival mode for a very, very long time. With my history, it makes sense. Like I've had, some rough things happen over the last couple of years. I'm just trying to get out of that mindset. To, and doing this helps. I can tell myself, okay, today, you did everything you could. You applied a lot of jobs. You did a good job on your script. You trimmed your beard. You look professional. You did your exercise, because we exercised today. So and then obviously we did the live streaming. So I feel like and we finished up the script. So yeah, that's a lot done in one day.
You're back.
I hope I have a lot more days like today. I was very, very productive today and got things finished. I was just talking to Noob Fever about my calendar and how nothing's really set in stone, but it's very helpful for me throughout the day. One, to keep me on task and make sure I'm doing stuff, because looking at the calendar frequently throughout the day helps me remember that time passes. Otherwise I can like hyper focus on something, and then 12 hours can go by and I'm like, what was I supposed to be doing? What, so it's just, I just gotta manage myself. And then it's nice to be able to look at the calendar at the end of the day and see everything that was done, because then I have a sense of accomplishment instead of just like, okay, I feel like I worked and I did stuff. What, you don't remember all the little details of everything that you did throughout a work day. But keeping it on the calendar helps with that. Well, the calendar helps.
Yeah.
Well, Mullet Mad Jack does look fun.
It is.
The game does look fun. Let me make sure. One of these days, I wouldn't mind doing a Stellaris playthrough, and then, I would do the whole playthrough. But then at the end of the game, I would dramatize everything. So I would actually write the story as it unfolded.
When was the last time that you played Stellaris?
Let's see.
Because if it's been a while,
It's been a while.
the same game.
Oh, they changed it.
Oh yeah, and then they changed it again. So I felt like after 100 hours, I was finally starting to get the hang of it, and then they changed it, and I was like, well, I don't have tens or dozens of hours to invest in learning, a complex strategy game, right? Like,
right.
I got work and actual other projects that,
Yeah, amen to that. Well, the last time I signed in was May 31st, 2001, or 2021. So it's been 4 years.
You'd have to look the dev diary or ask Bob to give you a summary of the changes to Stellaris.
Okay, let's do it.
A timeline of the changes. Yeah.
Let's do it. Yeah.
Of major, of major changes to the game, I guess would probably be
a timeline of major changes to the game. Stellaris. I last played the game on May 31st, 2021. Explain the differences to me through that lens. Oh, no E at the end. Hey, thanks for hanging out. It's been a good long stream. We've been live stream for damn near 10 hours today. In 10 minutes it'll be 10 hours. So we got a lot done. Thanks for hanging out for virtually the whole live stream, man. That's awesome of you. I'll see you tomorrow. Get some rest. Yeah. 2021, 22 aquatic species pack introduced aquatic themed. Add new origins and civics. Overlord expansion revamped the vassalage system. allowing for more nuanced control over subject empires. Oh, that's good. Introduced new megastructures and diplomatic options for empire management. Oh. Deepening complexity. Toxoid species pack. Introduced a few new oranges and civics. First contact story pack. Enhanced interactions with Fast and Light civilizations. Galactic Paragons expansion. Overhauled the leader system. Introducing a council mechanic and leader traits. Add new civics, tradition trees, and agendas for empire customization. It's nice to know that they're continually improving the game, but if they're drastically changing it so much you have to learn the whole thing over again, that's probably not the best.
Well, I forget when I mean, that might have been before. That was probably pre-COVID. I mean,
yeah.
When did the game come out? I last played in 2023.
I'll just ask Bob.
Came out in 2016. It's a 9-year-old game. May 9th, 2016.
Yeah, and still getting frequently updated. That's awesome.
Well, if by updated you mean DLC, then yes.
No, then they're still getting DLC, so that's different from an update. Let's be accurate. You're right.
I mean, but if it's funding development and people still want the stuff, then, you know.
That seems like a win-win for me.
Oh, wow. They have seasons now. And an expansion subscription. Stellaris is a subscription-based game now.
It's all about that recurring revenue.
Mm-hmm.
So wait, if you pay for the subscription, do you have to get all the DLC too?
I don't know.
Okay. I would hope with the subscription you'd get access to all the DLC at least.
I don't know.
Okay.
Well, it's 9 o'clock for you. It's 6 o'clock for me.
It is. Thanks for hanging out today, and hope you had an okay day. It sounded like you were super busy and stuff. So.
Yeah, busy. Just nothing too crazy though. At least like nothing. I didn't feel like there's like yeah, it was just busy. I had something I had to urgently complete to deliver back by tomorrow. So
okay, yeah, those shoulder taps with the quick deadline are always harsh.
Yeah. So okay. All right, homie.
Oh, thanks a lot. Thanks everybody. Phoebus is gonna go take off.
Stretch out. So
and I'm gonna call it a night. See you later.